Hey everybody, Deplorable Bobby here. This is the way I see it. I'd like to thank my subscribers. Ask you to hit the bell icon so you'll be notified when I do a video or go live. Sometimes. I'd also like you to leave a like and a comment. My PayPal information is in the link below if you'd like to contribute to this channel. Any contribution is greatly appreciated. I want to start today with something good. Finally, I can bring you a little good news. If you remember last week, I did a video on a British judge who ordered a 22-week pregnant woman with mental disabilities to undergo an abortion. Justice Natalie Levine ordered an abortion to be performed on a mentally ill, handicapped woman, despite objections from the woman and her mother, as well as her caseworker at Department of Family and Children's Services. Well, I got really good news for you. The judge that ordered that woman to have an abortion has had her ruling overturned. And now, another abortion has been stopped. It was wrong in the first place for this judge to intrude in this woman's life and to order her to have an abortion. And her reasoning was she would think of a child as she would a new doll. Well, people, that judge went above and beyond her ability to rule, and she was overturned. So it looks like this woman in Britain who is mentally handicapped is going to be able to have that baby. And her mother, who was a midwife for years, has promised to help raise that child. I think it's fantastic news. Anytime an abortion is stopped, it's always great news. Today I want to talk a little bit about a man in my home state. He's from Savannah, Georgia. 25-year-old ex-police officer Jeffrey Allen Altman faces substantial prison time after his conviction in federal court for luring teens to meet him for sex. This was a police officer, people. I've been telling you this all along. You can't trust anybody. A federal jury convicted Altman on one count of coercion and enticement of a minor. They should have got him on 6 counts, but they only got him on 1. Altman faces a mandatory minimum sentence of 10 years to life. And as a side note, there is no parole in federal prison. So whatever time he gets, that's the time he's going to serve. And amen to that. Altman, while a police officer, met 2 girls, ages 15 and 16. He met them on the Tinder app, whatever that is. I guess it's a dating app for people of tender age, but it was the Tinder app that he found these girls on. Altman then communicated with the girls through Snapchat, and he arranged to pick them up in the middle of the night outside the gate of Fort Stewart, where the girls lived on post with their parents. Altman drove the girls to his apartment, where he engaged in sex acts with both teens. He had 2 more encounters with the girl until his perversion was found out. The Richmond Hill Police Department fired Altman immediately after charges were filed by the U.S. Army Criminal Division, which is called CID. They provided information leading to an investigation that led to the arrest of Altman. The court said this repugnant crime victimizes the children of active duty personnel while disregarding the badge of law enforcement. See, this guy, he didn't only go against our military families. He went against God, and he went against his badge. He went against everything he ever stood for. His oath meant absolutely nothing because he took an oath to protect and serve. People, police officers like this need to be gone. They need to be locked away in prison, and we need to get them off the streets and out of our police departments. Hard time in federal prison awaits those who engage in such despicable behavior. The law enforcement officer violated his oath of office by preying on minors he swore to protect. No one is above the law, and the protection of innocent victims should be a priority everywhere. Not just in Georgia, but everywhere. Protecting our children should always be the priority in our lives. I've told you many times, people, you never know who these pedophiles and these child predators are. Sometimes when you find out who they are, it's too late. The damage has already been done. So people, keep an eye on who your children are with. Make sure they're not sneaking out in the middle of the night to meet a grown man for sex. People, I don't understand it. I know that kids are maturing earlier and earlier these days, but I don't understand what could motivate these young teenagers to get out of their bed in the middle of the night and sneak out of the house and go meet a man for sex at 15 and 16 years old. What causes that? I mean, are they just sexually active? I mean, they're young. And I realize girls mature earlier and earlier all the time. I remember my little sister, bless her heart, God rest her soul. I remember when she was a young girl, and we're talking back in the early 60s, maybe the middle 60s. But she got to where she was sneaking out of the house. Excuse me. But as far as we know, she didn't sneak out to meet boys. She just snuck out to meet her little friends that lived up the road. And I don't know what they did, but she was always back home before Mom and Dad got up. I guess I was the only one that knew that she was sneaking out at night. But people, that's just the way it is. Our kids are having sex earlier and earlier. And they need to be aware of what they're doing. I don't think some of these girls certainly are not mentally prepared to make the decisions that they're making when it comes to having sex with grown men behind their parents' back. So people, pray for these two girls. They certainly need God in their life. So pray for these girls that they'll find Christ and change their ways and live a good life. It breaks my heart to know that these young girls and boys are having sex at such an early age. People, I can tell you horror stories of young kids, 10, 11, 12, having sex. And I don't care who you are, it's not right. Any child under the age of adulthood cannot consent to consensual sex. So in my opinion, anyone who has sex with a child or molest a child is just that. They're a molester, they're a predator, and they're a child abuser. People exploiting these little girls is all these predators care about. But I want to tell you a story about an old man. He's older than me, thank God. Gives me hope I might live a little longer. But this piece of crap, 71 years old, Harvey Fountain, he was arrested on 50 counts of first-degree rape. 3 days after his arrest, new charges were filed. 50 more counts. So now this Harvey Fountain has been charged with 100 rape crimes. First-degree rape, 100 counts, 100 charges. The assaults happened in Pineville, Louisiana. And get this, people, this is a true pedophile. All of the children that he molested and raped were under 13 years old. The decades-old accusations came to light when one victim disclosed the abuse to a local police officer. This was years after the abuse, or after her abuse anyway. I imagine he continued to abuse up through the years, but she was one that was abused years ago. But you know, she came forward after she said she was aware of other victims of this man, Harvey Fountain. Additional victims were located, and many more were interviewed. Under Louisiana law, the victim, if she's under 13, it means that any type of sexual intercourse constitutes first-degree rape. Man, I'll tell you what. And this state has no limitations for rape in Louisiana. People, how can a man do this to children if he is not Satan-possessed and evil to his heart? People, this is a sad story. 71 years old, raped over 100 times little girls. He raped little girls over 100 times. People, this guy needs to be behind bars and he needs to be dead. How cruel. And how many years did he get away with this? How many victims does he really have? You know, a lot of victims, they just won't come forward. But they've got 100 who did. How many more are there? How many more victims of this animal are still out there? It's a crying shame, people. This demon ruined the lives of many young girls under the age of 13. You know, Fountain was formerly charged with 100 counts of rape on numerous victims. Fountain is being held on $1 million bail, and as of today, he has not made bail. People, I'm so happy that that young lady in Britain does not have to have an abortion just because she's mentally handicapped. People, the judge that told her that she had to have an abortion, and she made it an order. Thank God that the abortion had not yet been performed when this girl's mother and her attorney went before another judge and had the first judge overturned. I appreciate you, Judge. I want to thank you for saving a preborn life. It's easy to see that you have a heart, and most likely you believe in the living God. And that's what we need behind our benches today in courts. We need people who are patriotic Americans. It doesn't matter, or it shouldn't matter, if you're an independent Democrat or a Republican. Once you go onto a judicial bench, your politics, your personal feelings, everything that pertains to you should not be used to adjudicate a case. I know that a lot of times you have to go on your gut feeling. But people, these judges are making case law and ordering people to do things against their will. I can understand. You know, if you're an abuser or something like that, I can understand a judge slapping an order on you, you know, to have no contact with that person. I can understand judges doing a lot of stuff from the bench, but to adjudicate that this woman, 22 weeks pregnant, had to undergo an abortion. It was wrong. It was simply wrong. And thank God, Judge Levine's first ruling has been overturned. So thank God for that. People, I don't want to go too long. My name's Deplorable Bobby, and this is the way I see it. Pray for our preborn children. Pray for the exploited and the trafficked and the abused, the sexually abused. People, our children certainly are the least, the last, and the lost when it comes to society. So we need to pray. Pray hard for these children. Pray for each other. Pray for Michelle, the Forbidden Information, and I, that we'll succeed in our quest to go to D.C., to talk to senators and congressmen. And maybe if we don't get to meet with them, we can meet with some of their aides. But we're going to be talking to people the whole time we're there. So people, if you want to support Michelle and I, every contribution will be greatly appreciated. And we're saving and stockpiling every penny we get, because this is going to be an expensive trip, and neither her nor I on fixed incomes can really afford to take a trip. But we're going to do our best, and we're counting on y'all to help us get there. People, I'm not begging for money. If you don't have anything to contribute, please just keep watching. Hit the like button. Leave comments. Because I'll tell you, people, I can expect nothing from my subscribers more than you subscribe and view my channel. I'm grateful to each and every one of you. But if you want to help support Michelle and I and help get us to D.C., where we can try to be a voice for the voiceless and maybe get some hard answers to the hard questions. Pray for each other. I'm Deplorable Bobby. This is the way I see it. Y'all have a great day. Hey everybody, Deplorable Bobby here, and this is the way I see it. I want to welcome you to my channel. I want to thank my subscribers. I want to ask you to hit the like button, leave comments, and hit the bell icon so you're notified when I go live or do a video. My PayPal information is in the link below if you'd like to contribute to this channel. Any amount is greatly appreciated. But today I want to talk about something a little different. I was looking through and doing my research, and I came across a website for the North Durham Women's Health Incorporated in Durham, North Carolina. Well, as I read this promo, I thought maybe it'd be something y'all like to hear, because this clinic is drawing women in with rhetoric. Let me tell you what they say. First, they say, I want to welcome you to the North Durham Women's Health Incorporated. We are here to help. We are dedicated to providing quality care to women facing the difficult decision to terminate a pregnancy in a safe, comfortable environment, and we are committed to protecting your privacy. So you see, they're pandering to these women and these girls, telling them that they understand their hard decision that they have to make. But come to them, you'll be safe, you'll be comfortable, and your privacy will be protected. Their motto is, women will never truly be free until they are able to choose whether or not to become a mother. These are the words of Margaret Sanger in 1933. And of course, we all know that she was the founder of Planned Parenthood. We also know that she started Planned Parenthood in a way to do away with the black race. It was a form of genocide in her mind and in her opinion. That was what needed to be done, and that's why she started Planned Parenthood, as we all know. Well, the North Durham Women's Health Incorporated is a fairly new abortion clinic, but our doctors is not a newcomer to this very important service that we provide. Our doctor is board certified in OBGYN since 1974. He's also been performing abortions since 1975 and has dedicated his entire practice to providing abortions. People, this is coming off of their website. So they're admitting that this doctor, who was board certified in 1974, within 1 year, he was doing nothing but abortions. This man, plain and simple, is evil. He's a demon. And the Lord knows how many children he has murdered since 1975. People, he jumped on the bandwagon right after R.V. Wade. That was 1973. So he graduated in 74, and in 75, He jumped on Margaret Sanger's bandwagon and started murdering children, and that was his only job. That was his only thing that he provided in his medical practice, was abortions. Our experienced staff of pro-choice employees is dedicated to keeping you safe, secure, comfortable, and supported throughout your experience with us. So now, having an abortion is an experience. It's almost, they're telling it like it's almost something that you would enjoy doing. They want to welcome you in. They want to make you comfortable. They want to support you. They want to do all of these things for the woman. While the whole time they're there to do the work of Satan and murder preborn children. They're making it sound like it's a walk to the park. People, abortion is dangerous no matter who performs the procedure. It's much more dangerous to have an abortion than it is to birth a child. But this North Durham Women's Health Incorporated is pushing all these sweet-sounding little ideas and tickling their ear and touching their heart, if they have a heart. I don't believe that anybody who could kill a preborn child has anything but an evil heart. That's my opinion. I'm not going to change it. I'm pro-life no matter what. But this abortion clinic is talking to these women. He's putting it out there like this is going to be Six Flags. People, they're lying, and they're lying through their teeth. You know, it says this thing is talking to the woman. You care about what we know, but please know that we care about you. See what I'm saying, people? This whole little primo that they have on their website is nothing more than a lure to pull these women in. They talk to them with sweet, kind words. They promise them it's going to be quick and easy and comfortable, and we will be there to support you through the entire ordeal. But you know, we believe that you are the most qualified person to decide what is best for you at this time in your life as you seek an abortion. We realize that sometimes in our life, all of our choices or options are less than good. And they're difficult for us. But having no choice is even worse. You see what I'm saying, people? They realize that some of these choices and options are not good. They're admitting in their promo that abortion is not good. They say our choices or options are less than good. And it's difficult. But having no choice is even worse. People, they're talking out of both sides of their mouth. They're admitting that abortion is not good. But in the same sentence, they're saying it's worse to not have a choice. Here's what they tell these women. We are here for you. We're here to cure sometimes. We're here to relieve your pain often. We're here to comfort you always. More sweet-sounding words, empty promises, trying to lure these girls and women in there to kill their baby, and they make it sound like it's going to be something fun and enjoyable. They say that respecting your privacy and your identity and your dignity is very important to us. Your medical records are protected, secured, and in a confidential manner. Let me look back over this. Respecting your privacy. Okay, you don't want nobody to know that you had an abortion. Why is that? Are you ashamed that you had an abortion? Are you ashamed that you murdered a child? Who cares about your privacy? I certainly don't. But I know that confidentiality between doctors and patients is something that right now we have to deal with. You know, they tell these women that no information regarding your visit to the clinic or even the fact that you were at the clinic will not be shared with anyone, no matter who they are. I don't care if you're a young teen and your mother wants to know something, or your husband, or your boyfriend. Anybody who wants any information on your abortion will not receive anything. Everything will be kept totally private, and no one will know that you ever had an abortion or that you were ever at an abortion clinic. You know, the fees are payable before service is rendered. Now we're getting to the juicy part. Now we're talking about the truth about this abortion clinic and what they're all about. It's all about the money. That's what it's always been for these abortion clinics and doctors. It's never been about women's health. It's always been about murder of preborn children and nothing else. Absolutely nothing else. But here they're going to tell you now, you're going to have to pay us for this safety and comfort and privacy. And you're going to pay up front before you ever have any services rendered. Here's what they charge for some of their services. The abortion pill is $350. The surgical abortions, they range from 12 weeks to 19 weeks. I don't understand this, but on every different week of pregnancy, such as 12 weeks or less, is $300. But then they say 12 to 12.6 weeks is $340. Every one of these numbers go up by 0.6. 13 to 13.6 is $380. 14 to 14.6 weeks is $460. 15 to 15.6 weeks is $520. 16 to 16.6 weeks is $600. 17 to 17.6 is $800. 18 to 18.6 weeks is $1,000. 19 to 19.6 weeks is $1,300. $50 for lab work and $50 for an ultrasound. And of course, people, they charge more older the child gets. I imagine it's a little more involved as the child grows older. Start off with the abortion pill, and then you end up with ripping arms and legs and a head off of a poor baby in the womb. It says that all fees are payable in cash or credit card. Limited financial assistance is available. People, this is the propaganda put out by abortion clinics and abortion doctors, as I said, to lure women in. And if you're a woman considering an abortion, if you have a pregnancy that you don't want, reading something like this will be just the thing that you want to hear, and it's going to be just what you need to hear, because they give you hope that you can murder that baby in safety and comfort and privacy, and that you'll be supported through your entire ordeal. Well, who's going to support that baby that you're murdering? You talk about protecting dignity of these women. These women who murder babies have no dignity. The child is the one with all of the dignity. He's the one, or she's the one, who should be shown respect and love, not the woman who is intent on murdering her preborn child. Abortion is wrong any way you see it. I understand that a lot of times women are raped or become pregnant through incest. And I understand that sometimes the life of the mother is in danger to continue a pregnancy. That amounts to about 1.5% of all abortions. 1.5%. So I say fine. If we have to meet you somewhere in the middle of the road to get our pro-choice people to listen, they need to listen to us pro-lifers. That's why we're here. That's why Michelle and I do this. We're trying to touch someone who is considering having an abortion to think otherwise and protect that child and bring it into this world and be a mother that's loving, kind, and protective for that child. But people, these abortion clinics make it sound so easy. It just tickles their ears and it's everything they want to hear. All they have to do is come up with the money. And the money, as I've said many times, is number one. That's the number one reason that we have abortions. Planned Parenthood is making millions of dollars, and not just Planned Parenthood, but their affiliates and other abortion clinics across the country. They may not be directly connected to Planned Parenthood, but I'll guarantee you, they get all their talking points from Margaret Sanger, who started Planned Parenthood. People, I don't know how this woman could face herself at night. Margaret Sanger, along with abortion doctors and those who promote abortion, are guilty of murders of millions of children. People, they've been killing our preborns with a free hand since 1973, ever since Roe v. Wade was put into law. Roe v. Wade needs to be overturned. I know it's an uphill fight, and I know it's going to be a battle. I don't know what the lower courts are going to do. I'm pretty sure that they're going to stand with Planned Parenthood and abortionists when it comes to the Roe v. Wade issue. It'll go to the Supreme Court. And friends, I don't know if they'll even look at the case. I pray that they do. I hope that they don't turn their back on us patriotic Americans who want to protect our children. You know, states like Georgia and Alabama, Mississippi, Ohio, and others are passing these restrictive abortion laws. They're being signed into law, but they don't go into effect until a few weeks or months down the road. Well, most of these states have already been sued by Planned Parenthood and the ACLU, effectively putting a halt on any of these laws actually going into effect. So you see, people, Planned Parenthood and the ACLU are primed and ready for a fight. We have to be primed and ready for that same fight. We have to be willing to do whatever it takes. Call your congressmen, your senators. If you can't call them, email them. Text them. Give them your opinion on abortion and what you think should be done in our government to protect our children. I pray Roe v. Wade one day will be overturned. It may never be in my lifetime, but it's a prayer that I pray daily. Roe v. Wade is bad any way you look at it, and all it does is open a door for women to walk through freely and have their innocent preborn child murdered. That's what abortion is, people. It's murder. Plain and simple. I'm Deplorable Bobby, and this is the way I see it. Pray for our children. I try to always remember our children. Those still in the womb, the aborted, the exploited, the trafficked, the abused and sexually abused. Pray for our children. Pray for our president. Pray for each other. And pray for me and Michelle that God will work in our lives and we'll be able to make that trip to D.C. to confront senators and representatives in our government face to face. We're going to knock on doors. We're going to talk to some people who are willing to talk to us. But the ones that don't want to talk to us, we're still going to knock on their doors. And if we can ask them any question, it's going to be on the abortion issue, and we want to know why they are so intent on murdering preborn babies. Don't expect to get answers, but we're going to ask the hard questions. As I said, I'm Deplorable Bobby. This is the way I see it. Pray for us all. I'll talk to you later. Hey everybody, Deplorable Bobby here. Today I'm doing this report from inside my car. I've brought my 8-year-old blind schnauzer to PetSmart to get her monthly grooming. So while I'm waiting on her, I thought I would go ahead and do a short video. I want to thank my subscribers. As I always say, you're the most important person on this channel. I want to ask you to comment, hit the like button, and tap the bell icon so you'll know when I'm going live or posting a video. If you're not a subscriber, I'd like to ask you to please subscribe to my channel and leave a comment. I've recently learned that people who subscribe to channels and do not like or leave a comment on a video, over a period of time, YouTube will purge those subscribers and remove them from your channel. I want to thank Dangerous Freedom. Dangerous Freedom sent me a very patriotic and kind PayPal donation, and I want to thank you so much, Dangerous Freedom, for your kind donation. My PayPal information is in the link below. If you'd like to contribute to this channel and help me grow, it's greatly appreciated. Any amount, no matter how small, will be a great help to this channel. Today I want to tell you a little story about a 10-week-old baby. This is heart-wrenching. 24-year-old Jason Paul Robin is charged with murder, and Catherine Wyndham White, 21 years old, is charged with injury to a child by omission. That means that she stood around and she let this child be abused and did nothing about it. So she was complacent in the murder of this 10-week-old infant. But there's more to this story, people. These demonic parents of a 10-week-old Houston infant were arrested this week after an autopsy revealed the infant had 96 bone fractures and a cracked skull. 10 weeks old, people, 96 fractures. Jasmine Robin, the little girl's name, was born prematurely, and she died on July 15th. The very people who were supposed to protect and nurture her through her entire life were in fact the evil monsters who ended little Jasmine's life. How in the world could anyone, no matter how evil or demonic you are, could you do this to a 10-week-old baby? You know, detectives were called to the hospital after staff found clearly inflicted head trauma. An autopsy of little Jasmine revealed she suffered 71 rib fractures. That means her ribs were broken 71 times in 71 different places. People, along with your diaphragm, your ribs are what help you breathe. I don't know exactly what caused the death of this little girl, but the broken ribs alone would have made it almost impossible for her to even take a breath. But you know, besides the 71 rib fractures, she had 23 long bone fractures. Long bones are your shin bones, your femur bone, your ulna and radius, and your humerus. Can you believe that? 23 long bone injuries. It totaled to 96 fractures, including her cracked skull. So far, these people have only been arrested. I don't know what's going to happen, and I don't know when they're going to go before a judge. But I promise you, I'm going to stay on top of this one, and I'm going to try to follow this right through to conviction and imprisonment or death. People, this is a crying shame. This is probably the saddest and most horrific story I've ever brought to you about a child. It literally breaks my heart to know how that little child must have suffered. People, it's evil. It's demonic. These people have to be possessed to ever do this to a child. Let's pray that these two demons get the death penalty or at least life in prison. But now I want to tell you another little short story. 27-year-old Eugene Chandler and 26-year-old Shalib Brumfield of Danville, Virginia. They were arrested this week after a grand jury indicted them for felony homicide and abuse and neglect of a child. Police officers responded to the Danville home where they found Chandler holding an unresponsive infant. The officers performed CPR on the child, but she was pronounced dead at the hospital. Police said there were no physical signs of trauma on the infant at all. After searching the home, police discovered evidence of drug use, and an autopsy revealed this, people. The cause of death of that infant, that little child, was acute heroin and cocaine overdose. Can you believe that? This little baby died from cocaine and heroin intoxication. You know, these devils have been arrested and held without bail, but people, this is another story that just breaks my heart, and I find it hard to believe, actually. But I know it to be true. People, pray for our children. This is happening way too much and way too often. One time is too many. But it seems like it's every day. We're getting stories of people who simply harm or murder their children. I tell you, people, I pray for God's grace on America, because America is turning their back on God just like they've been doing for the last 100 years, maybe 1,000 years, I don't know. But with things like this happening in our country, you know that in a lot of areas of the country and a lot of people, this is a godless nation. I pray that God will come back one day and He'll make things right. Because right now, everything right is wrong, and everything that's wrong is right. People, pray for our children. But I want to do one more little quick story, and this is on politics. Well, not actually politics. It's about the Iranian it's about the Iranian president and what he's had to say to Trump. A spokesman for Iran's foreign ministry said that the new U.S. sanctions that target the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and his officials permanently ends any chance of diplomacy between Iran and the U.S. Recently, President Trump imposed sanctions on the Supreme Leader and his affiliates. And that literally is blocking billions of dollars, and they're not happy about it. They said that this will be the end of any chance for peace talks. They said it won't happen. Iran's President Rouhani, he mocked the White House and said the White House is afflicted by a mental retarded person. So, according to Iran and a lot of Democrats, President Trump is plagued with mental retardation. Can you believe that, people? You know, the Iran and the U.S. have seen tensions increased in the past few weeks. You know, after an initial U.S. sanctions squeeze that led to the Iranians' attack on 2 oil tankers in the Straits of Hormuz because we imposed more sanctions. The situation became increasingly dire after Iran admitted to downing a U.S. Navy drone. And for that reason, we all know that Trump called off an attack on Iran because it was going to kill 150 people, and he didn't want to be the one to draw first blood in this conflict. You know, another Iranian official, Abbas Musawi, he called out Trump. He called out Trump's latest decision to impose additional sanctions, and it means closing all channels of diplomacy forever. Trump's desperate administration is destroying established international mechanisms for maintaining world peace. Well, yeah, I don't think he's doing that. I think that you already have done that, Iran, and you've done it over and over and over again. Your words against the President of the United States, I'm sure, rolls off of him like a drop of water. I'm sure the President, and certainly not I, care what you think or what you have to say. But you know, by adding these harsher sanctions on the Ayatollah and his affiliates, literally locks up billions of dollars of Iranian assets. And Trump has stepped up cyber attacks. Cyber attacks on Iranian intelligence and radar installations have shut down Iran's missiles and radar systems. So you see, people, we didn't have to send warplanes and ships to attack Iran. We achieved the exact same outcome, which was to destroy their missiles and their ability to use them. And Trump, being the maestro that he is, he did just enough. He ended their ability to fire missiles. I'm sure they're probably going to get them back up, but I don't think that, even if they get their missile system up and running again, I don't think it'll last long. I think by the time they do that, this conflict, if you want to call it that, will either go away or lessen, or it's going to get a whole lot worse. Either way, I'm putting myself behind President Trump and whatever decision that he feels he has to make to protect this country and to protect our allies and assets. People, I'm a deplorable body. This is the way I see it. Pray for each other. Pray for our poor children. Pray for the aborted, those still in the womb. Pray for the ones exploited and trafficked and abused and sexually abused and murdered, sometimes by their own parents. It's a sad day in America when we have to hear these things about these poor little infants. Pray for me and pray for Michelle that we'll do the right thing. I'll talk to y'all later. Hey everybody, Deplorable Bobby here. This is the way I see it. Before I get started, I want to thank my subs. My subs are the most important people on this channel, and that's the truth. I want to ask you to hit the like button. Leave me a comment. I try to answer all my comments in one form or another. I read them all. Hit the like button every chance you get. Tap the bell icon so you're notified when I'm going live or when I'm posting a video. I want to thank Dangerous Freedom for his very generous, kind, and patriotic donation that he made last night during my live stream. I'm very grateful to you, Dangerous Freedom. I consider you a friend. I talked to quite a few of my subscribers. Dangerous Freedom, he's a great guy from Arizona. I talked to Florida Jim. I talked to Tony Patriot. I talked to Liberty Smith and a few others. But people, I'm here and I'm willing to interact with you anytime that you want to. My information is in the About section of my profile. So if you want to contact me, feel free. I'll be happy to talk to any of you. My PayPal information is going to be in the link below. If you'd like to donate to this channel and help me grow, no matter how small the donation or how large, it's greatly appreciated. Michelle and I at Forbidden Information, as I try to say on every video, are trying to get the funds to go to D.C. We already have confirmations that when we go, we will get to meet with certain senators like John Scalise and the president's spiritual advisor. I can't remember his name right off the top of my head. But I want to meet with some of these people, and Michelle and I intend to knock on doors, and we're going to ask the hard questions, and we're not going to stand for anything but the hard answer. So support Michelle at Forbidden Information and I, that we can go to D.C. and do God's work for these children. Today I want to talk about some stuff out of the UK. And you know, with Planned Parenthood and the anti-abortion fight that we've been fighting for so long, things that happen in other countries sometimes come home to us here in the United States. And this is one case that I hope is not repeated in America. People, this is a sad story and it's wrong. This woman has done something that, in my opinion, is unforgivable. There's a British judge by the name of Natalie Levin. She ordered an abortion to be performed on a mentally handicapped woman who was 22 weeks pregnant, but she had mental disabilities, and despite her objections and from the objections of the mother of the pregnant girl, this judge declared this. She declared that that woman's child will be aborted. It will be aborted by court order. There is nothing that this girl can do. There's nothing that this girl's mother can do. There's nothing the social workers can do. And there's nothing her attorneys can do. I'm going to tell you what this judge has done, and then I'll let you have your own opinion of her. Justice Levin, she admitted in open court that the ruling is heartbreaking. And it is an immense intrusion to order an abortion against the woman's will. But she argued from the bench that it's in the best interest of this woman. She said, I have to operate in her best interest and not on society's view of termination of a baby. People, we need to look at society's view. It's great news to me that society thinks about these things. That's what Michelle and I are trying to put out there to everybody. You know, the unnamed woman was a Roman Catholic. She has developmental abilities and the mental age of a 6 to a 9-year-old child. Her mother is a former midwife, and she opposes the abortion procedure and told the court that she would raise this child with her daughter if they would not have this abortion procedure performed on this 22-year-old woman. A social worker who had been working with this girl and her mother. She also told the court that the pregnancy should not be aborted. As a social worker, it's her job to be involved in the lives of her clients. And evidently, for once in a great time, one social worker actually stands up for something that's right. This woman, granted, she may have mental disabilities. She has the brain of a 9-year-old. But she knows that there's a baby in her belly. But you know, this is the reason that the judge declared that she had to abort this child. The judge said the woman didn't have the mental capacity to make her own decisions, even if she wanted to continue her pregnancy. Now, did you hear that comment? It's redundant. The judge said the woman didn't have the mental capacity to make her own decisions. But then she continued and she said, even if she wanted to continue the pregnancy. So see, she's double talking. She's saying on one hand that the woman can't make a decision, and then yet she says she's doing it even if the woman wants to continue the pregnancy and birth this child. So see, she's talking out of both sides of her mouth. I'm sure she didn't even realize it when she said it. And I've read this 2 or 3 times, and I just now saw it. But that's what she's doing, people. She said the woman didn't have the mental capacity to make her own decision. And in the same sentence, she says, even if she wanted to continue the pregnancy. People, that is a stupid comment. You can't have it both ways, Judge. Either she can say she wants to continue her pregnancy or she can't. Who are you? Who in the world are you, Judge Levin, to rob this child and her mother of that child? You know, she said, I think that she would like to have a baby in the same way she would like to have a new doll. Well, that may be true. But you have to remember, this is a grown woman, and her mother takes care of her, and she's willing to also take care of the child. So what is the problem, Judge? She added that having a child is much more traumatic for a woman than having an abortion. And because it's less traumatic, she ruled this woman with limited mental capacities, child must be aborted. But now I have this question. I want to know who's the father of that child. I want to know who had access to this woman to get her pregnant. How did it happen? There is where I can see why the judge ruled the way she did. I don't know what her thinking was, but my thinking is this. Somebody probably raped that girl. I don't know who it was, because if she's too mentally handicapped to mother or birth a child, then she's certainly too young mentally to have sex with anybody. So my question now is, who is the father of that child? Maybe that had something to do with the judge's ruling. Maybe she thought, well, she's in her mother's care and here she is pregnant. Who has her mother been allowing her to be with intimately? Do you see where I'm coming from, people? I don't agree with this judge on abortion at all. But if there's a problem in the household with that mother and her daughter who is mentally handicapped, who got pregnant. Now I want to know who got her pregnant, and why, and how, and who allowed it. So maybe I do understand the judge's ruling on not letting a child be birthed and taken into this home. But the child could still have been birthed. The child could have been put up for adoption. And if the worst case scenario, could have been put in foster care. But the baby would not have been killed and murdered on the order of this judge. I don't know her reasoning, but it makes a little sense to me. But the abortion end of it makes no sense. No sense at all. I mean, it's totally crazy, people. How can this happen in a normal society? I'm going to tell you a little story. I've told you many times before that my mother was a caregiver for many years. And you know, she worked in a nursing home a lot of years, and she also did private duty. She was working in a nursing home years ago, and there was a woman there who was comatose. She'd been that way for a long, long time. She didn't know she was in this world. But she lived. She breathed on her own, and they fed her through a feeding tube, and she stayed alive for a long, long time. But she wound up pregnant. Of course, it was pretty simple to figure out who the father was. There was only one man working in the whole facility at any given time. So yeah, he raped her. But when they found out she was pregnant, the doctors in the family decided to let her birth that baby. Actually, I think it was taken cesarean. But it was given to this woman's sister. She adopted that baby right out of the mother's womb and raised that child. And now that child, I'm sure, has a family of her own. But people, these things happen. We can't control what goes on behind closed doors, and it only takes a minute, people. It only takes a minute for these women to get pregnant. I know in the case of my mother's situation, this man was charged. He was charged with rape, and he went to prison. But she birthed that baby, if you want to call cesarean section of birthing. But she had the baby. And the baby was offered a life that if it had been aborted would never have known. Do you see where I'm coming from, people? It's better to birth a baby and give it away than to ever murder a preborn child. I want to tell you a little story about a real idiot out of Texas. This woman's name is Lexus Stagg. She's 26 years old, and she's accused of killing her 3-year-old son after running over him in a game of chicken. People, did you hear that? This woman ran over her child playing chicken with a vehicle. It was an SUV. It was a big vehicle. So here's what she did. Stag was playing a game with her 3 children by trying to run over them, and they were supposed to jump out of the way. Well, her 3-year-old failed to jump out of the way, and he was ran over by both right side tires. People, who in their right mind would take their kids out into a parking lot, tell them to stand right here, I'm going to get in the car and I'm going to come right at you, and at the last second you jump out of the way? Well, 2 of the children got out of the way. But that 3-year-old didn't have the mental ability to know to get out of the way. And now he's dead. And you know what this woman told the police? She told the police, I thought I ran over a speed bump. Well, lady, let me tell you something. You are in your own parking lot of your apartment complex. You know where the speed breakers are. You know where the speed bumps are. You knew full well you ran over your child and there was no speed bump anywhere around you. So quit your lying. You knew it wasn't a speed bump because the surveillance cameras shows you driving toward your 3 children as they ran toward the front of your SUV. Woman, how stupid can you be? An SUV is a weapon. I can't believe that you were playing games with your 3 children with a 2,500-pound car. Maybe it weighs 3,000 pounds. I don't know. But that SUV was what was used to murder this little child. You say it wasn't murder, it was an accident, but no, it wasn't an accident. Surveillance cameras show you plainly playing chicken with your children in a car. You know, she tried to say that speed bump is what she felt, when it was her 3-year-old child. And she ran over it with both wheels. So she had to be going fast enough toward those children that when she hit that little 3-year-old child, she didn't just hit him and knock him out of the way. She hit him and she ran over him with both tires, and he was at the tail end of her vehicle back there somewhere. That's how fast she was going. She never hit her brakes until after she had done ran over this child. Stagg previously, back in 2013, had 2 children removed from her custody and put in protective services. And now, since running over that poor little 3-year-old child, the other 2 children have also been taken away. Friends, every parent has an obligation to protect their children, and cars are nothing to play with, and you should never play chicken with your children with a car. How crazy was this woman? How crazy is anyone that thinks that would be a game? People, I didn't mean to go so long, but it's a crying shame what happens. This kind of stuff happens to our children every day. People have children and they shouldn't have. They let terrible things happen to them. And a lot of times they're the reason these children are injured or dead. It's not always someone else. It's not always a predator. The evil that harms these children lives right in the house with them. People, I'm Deplorable Bobby. This is the way I see it. Pray for our children. Pray for the preborns. Pray for those born alive, thank God. Pray for the exploited, the trafficked, and the abused, and the sexually abused. Pray for each other. Pray for me and Michelle. Pray for me that I'll forever do the right thing. I'll talk to y'all later. Hey everybody, it's Paul Bobby here, and this is the way I see it. It's good to see you, and I'm glad you're here. I want to tell you that was a great video and a great live stream by Disabled Vets Perspective. It was really informative, and I'll tell you people, we Patriots have to stick together, and we're going to do that. But before I get started, I want to thank my subs. As I always say, you're the most important people on this channel. I want to ask you to hit the like button. I want you to comment. I want you to hit the bell icon so you'll know when I'm posting a video or going live. This is my second Sunday night live stream, and I want to thank a lot of people. Michelle at Forbidden Information has helped me so much, and so has Tony Patriot. Tony Patriot has been a good friend. Liberty Smith, Dangerous Freedom, DM, Florida Jim, Jervis. You're all great people, and I want to tell you I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. My PayPal information is going to be in the link below somewhere. I think the Spirit Talker's got me double talking over there. He's got to figure something out, but I'm sorry for that. But I want to tell you tonight, I want to talk about a couple of things. But before I get started, I want to do a little disclaimer because I feel like it's needed. I know there's a lot of homeschoolers out there, and you may be the grandparent of a homeschooler, or you may be a homeschooler. So I want you to know that I am not talking about the majority of the homeschoolers in this video. I'm going to talk about homeschooling a little bit, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about Trump, and we'll see how it goes. But before I begin, I want to say up front, I am not bashing homeschoolers for any homeschooling of their children. What I'm going to say about homeschoolers who homeschool for the wrong reason, that's what I'm going to talk about. So keep in mind, it's my job, along with Michelle at Forbidden Information, to bring you the hard facts about abortion and child exploitation of all sorts. It's difficult sometimes for us to do these reports, but we've dedicated our lives to all children everywhere, and we will continue, Michelle and I, as partners in the fight for safety and for the lives of all of our children, and we will be a voice for the voiceless, the preborn and the living. Now I got to tear up a paper. People, I want to talk to you about the horrors of homeschooling. Many children are homeschooled to hide abuse at home. Children suffer in silence. Their cries go unheard, and their injuries are unseen beyond the walls of their own homes. These homes that these adults are responsible for have turned them into torture chambers for these children. I want to tell you about 3 stories, real short. So please bear with me and listen to this. In Wisconsin, a father recently was accused of trying to turn a blind eye while his oldest son abused and raped his younger siblings. This father stayed quiet until it was brought to the authorities. California, a couple starved and shackled 12 children, feeding them once a day and letting them bathe only once a year. The children lived like animals under 4 locks on the outside of the door so they couldn't escape. In Michigan, a mother held her children captive at home.
She relentlessly beat the children, and she killed 2 of her children and kept their bodies in a freezer. These 3 stories show absolute abuses of children. There are hundreds, if not thousands, with similar fates. All of these children have one thing in common, my friends. Their abusers kept the secret of abuse by keeping them out of school. Abusers stayed unknown to authorities because they claimed the children were homeschooled. Do you see where I'm going with this, people? It's not everybody, and I know it's not. And it's not every pastor, it's not every teacher, it's not every bus driver, and it's not every friend or relative who abuse children, but there are some. And those are the some that I want to bring to your attention. Homeschooling is loosely regulated, and in most states, as in 11 states, they have no regulatory system in place to monitor homeschooling, including no requirements for parents to homeschool their children and inform someone. All they have to do if somebody comes up and asks a question is, I homeschool my children. There is no paperwork, there is no nothing. Homeschooling provides a convenient legal cover for families where children are living in squalor and being neglected. Because of the lack of oversight in much of the country, we can in no way know the true number of the children who are being abused at home on the guise of preschool. People, this is something that we don't even want to talk about. This is something we don't want to think about. But I want to tell you, Cherry, Poor Dirt Farmer, DM, Ashley, Tony, Patriot, Boston Girl, Dangerous Freedom, The Great Dirtbag, thank you for being here. I appreciate you more than you know. Florida Jim, great job, man. I'm glad you're here. It makes my day. I'm glad to see that I have something to say that somebody wants to hear. Michelle and I work very hard, and it's hard for us to bring these stories of pain and sorrow and sadness to you. But it has to be told. If we don't tell it, nobody will hear it. We have to be that voice for the voiceless. According to Rachel Coleman, Executive Director of the Coalition for Responsible Home Education, she says this: there is no accountability and there is no requirements to show evidence the child is even being educated. Most all states allow you to homeschool even if you are a convicted child abuser. Can you hear that, people? You can homeschool your children even if you are a convicted child abuser. How bad does it have to get? Many homeschool teachers are suspected of child abuse or neglect, but nothing is done about it because the abuses continue and they continue unabated. Nobody says anything to these parents. But Coleman pointed out the case of Michelle Blair in Detroit, where she murdered 2 of her children and kept them in a freezer for years. The bodies of these poor murdered children were found by police officers when they served an eviction notice. A truant officer named Jeremy Jasma in Kalamazoo, Michigan said the homeless law is abused. And there I am, mistalking again, people. I'm getting ahead of myself. The homeschool law is abused up and down, right and left, and back and forth. He said, I despise the homeschool law because family use it for a loophole. People, what do you think about that? What do you think about these families who keep these children at home under the guise of homeschooling just so that their abuses will not be seen? If you don't go to school, you don't have the teachers and the counselors and the school nurses there. There's nobody to see the bruises There's nobody to see the scars and the broken bones and the shattered hearts of these children. You know, I have in my heart, I know that there are parents who are clearly neglectful of their children and will never get a resolution because all they have to say is, I homeschool my kids. And there's nothing that truant officer in Michigan can do about it. People, give me some feedback. I know you're networking and talking. I hope you're listening to me just a little bit. I'd like to have some feedback. Because people, like Dangerous Freedom, say that do this to children don't deserve to have a breath. You know, and Ashley, it's worse now than technology as a babysitter. You're exactly right. How many children are turned loose to a phone? As a matter of fact, I've got a sister. I talk about her all the time because she does stupid shit. And she lives with her daughter and her grandchildren. And they're barely in kindergarten, a couple of them. And she turns her phone over to them at 4 and 5 years old. How stupid is that? Why does a child need to be online or playing with a phone at 5 years old? People, I played with an Army helmet and a guitar that had no strings for about 8 or 10 years, and I was happy with that because I had imagination. I learned to think. I learned to have fun. I got to the point when I'd go out on my swing set, I'd swing as high as I could, and I'd go backwards. And when I went backwards, I'd swing that swing up over my head, and I just knocked everything off my table. But I'd knock the swing up over my head, and I'd wind up standing out there behind the swing, and it's still going like this, and here I am standing there. That was fun. That's what kids do. I had an old mimosa tree that was tall and skinny. I used to climb it. I'd climb it all the way to the top, and I'd bend that thing over, and I'd get my friends to hold it while I got a hold of it a little lower down. They'd turn it loose and they'd sling me in the air like this. We were skinning the cat, people, but we weren't online, and we were not in a place to where predators had easy access to us. We had lives. I'm an old man. I'm 64 years old, and I know I'm telling you stories from the 50s and 60s. But people, we've got to take our kids away from the internet. We've got to take them away from social predators. And I don't care if you're homeschooling or if you're not. If your kids are at home and you're homeschooling, I guarantee you, you're not teaching them 8 hours a day, and they're probably on the internet, and that just opens another door. But I want to tell you a little bit. You know, the Blair children were missing for over 2 years. The mother said they were being homeschooled. She used homeschooling to hide the deaths of her children. As Coleman said, monitoring of homeschool children would have uncovered these abuses, and the frozen bodies of those children would not have been found. People, when the police found those bodies of those children, they had dozens of bruises, they had scars and severe injuries that caused their death. And this woman put them in a freezer and said she was homeschooling them. I'm not cutting down homeschooling at all, people. There's good homeschoolers and there's not. I believe homeschooled children should undergo a physical examination every year by a certified doctor. And I believe that there should be a set curriculum for those children to be taught with a standardized testing and portfolios reviewed by teachers and officials, clergies, doctors, all these people, social workers. They all need to look over these files on these children. This is the only way to monitor homeschool children and ensure their education and their safety. People, I'm not seeking to criticize or challenge the merits of homeschooling. That's not why I'm here. But I've known many homeschoolers over my years, and here in Georgia, we do have effective oversight in place to ensure that children are homeschooled and they're learning at or exceeding the basic study format of their contemporaries who are getting public school. Did you hear what I said in Georgia? We are either meeting or exceeding what's taught in public schools. And that's a good thing. It's a shame and a disgrace for any state to allow homeschooling with no curriculum and no basic study format. So how can you have these states who have no restrictions, they have no guidelines, and all you have to do is say, I'm homeschooling my children? Believe me, people, they are out there, and I'm fixing to tell you about them. I don't think homeschoolers, at least in the states where homeschoolers are doing their job, they're doing what the state requires. The children are monitored. Their lessons are monitored. Their achievements are monitored. And they take standardized testing to make sure that they're up to par with their contemporaries in public school. Well, the states that have no requirements, they don't care what's being done because the parent chooses what the children will learn. They're going to learn at their own pace, and they're going to learn what the parent wants to teach them, not what is taught in a public school as a normal curriculum to learn so you can graduate school, go to college, get a degree, and be a doctor, a lawyer, a nurse, a bus driver. But these people, these kids, are not learning anything. I venture that many children learn absolutely nothing in these 11 states that have no restrictions, or contend that they're, at least some of these kids are nothing more than household slaves to their parents, because there is no accountability at all for the parents. But I got to tell you something, though, people. I'm blessed. I live in a state, and it's called Georgia. And I'm going to tell you, we're blessed to have Brian Kemp as a governor. Brian Kemp is anti-abortion up and down, inside and out. He's also pro-education. He's everything that demon rat, and I can't remember her name, Stacey Abrams. He's everything she wasn't. Even though it's been almost 2 years and she still hasn't conceded to him. But I'm going to tell you, Brian Kemp is a fine man. He's pro-Second Amendment, pro-First Amendment, and he wants to protect our children. So I'm blessed to live in Georgia because we have laws that protect our homeschool children. I'm going to give you just a couple of them, and then I'm going to give you the contrast. We ensure in Georgia that the person or the people homeschooling your child has required qualifications. That means that they can't be idiots teaching kids. That means that they have to be accountable for what they're teaching and what they know. They must submit annual declarations of intent and what they intend to teach. They must provide required number days of instruction. They must teach required subjects. They must write annual progress reports. They test your child at least every 3 years after the 3rd grade to make sure that you're staying up to par with your contemporaries in public school. But California, on the other hand, requires you to start a private homeschool. If you want to homeschool in California, you either have to join a charter school or something like that. And of course, they're going to tell you what you have to teach and all this. But if you don't want to play the game, if you want to homeschool your kids, if you want to have your kids at home so you can abuse them, so you can neglect them, then all you have to do is fill out some paperwork and start your own school. California has made it like going down and getting a driver's license. You can start your own homeschool, and nobody in California tells you what to teach. They don't tell you how to teach. They don't tell you what kids need to learn. They tell you nothing. You are a private school and you can teach whatever you want to teach. Because there's no reporting requirements in California. There's no requirements about curriculum, grades. There's no testing. You as a parent can teach whatever you want to teach your child in California. And you are qualified as a homeschool teacher, and you are also qualified as a homeschool. People, I don't know about that. I think it's totally crazy, and it's more of the demon rat trying to destroy the lives of our children, trying to destroy the lives of Americans. These children are our future. And if we're homeschooling these kids and not teaching them what they need to know, we're doing them a disservice. I do believe that most homeschoolers do a great job, but you have to understand the mind of a predator. The mind of a predator and an abuser. Like I said, it's not written across their forehead that says, I harm children. But I'm going to tell you, these people, these predators, these child abusers, they look for every avenue that they can access to make harming children easier. And I'm not going to back up on this. Michelle and I stand firm. We both know what's happening in America, and we know why it's happening, and we know who is causing it. So I'm going to get a little bit political, and I'm going to tell you right now, all of these bad things that are happening to our children are because of the Democrats. Normally I call them demon rats, but I forget to say that sometimes, so we're just going to call them demons. But people, God-loving American patriots have no voice in America. We try to set something up that's worth having in America. And what do? They corrupt it. The demon rats corrupt everything we do, and they're corrupting homeschooling. I'm telling you that now, people, and I want you to listen, I want you to see, and I want you to understand. Pedophiles, pedivores, child abusers, child traffickers go under the radar every time. They stay under the radar. I mean, I have a niece. She's been drawing food stamps and Medicaid and all that crap for 18 years. And she's under the radar. She's figured it out. That's just one
If you couldn't tell, that was my
idea of how people abuse our government and our social system. But when we're talking about our children, these pedophiles, pedivores, and child abusers, child rapists, they work and they plan and they try to figure out ways to harm our children in any way they can and keep it from us, the American people, who will prosecute them and send their butts to prison. We have to stand strong, patriots. Spirit Talker, Forbidden Information, Tony Patriot, Jervis, JW, thank you for being here. I don't know if I can go the full hour or not. I expected to talk a whole lot longer on that, but once I got started, I couldn't stop. I had to get it out, people. Homeschoolers, just like everybody else, are abusing our children. Our pastors, our teachers, our homeschoolers, parents, relatives, friends and neighbors. I've told you over and over again, and I'm going to keep telling you, parent your children. Make sure that your children parent their children. Make sure they know where they're going and what they're doing. People, I love our children. Every single one. Preborn or not. Preborn or living. They're my children. They're Michelle's children. They're your children. We all need to stand up for our children. Even if their parents are the abusers. We need to stop allowing loopholes and different programs to allow people to abuse their children. People, I've told you over and over again. I told you the story of little Ella Rose, who was beat to death by a grown man. She was 22 months old. Never mind preschooling for her. She wasn't even old enough. People, evil is everywhere. Turn your heart to God. Look to Jesus. Ask God for enlightenment. Ask God to guide your path. That you not go down the path of evil. People, I pray every day for our preborn children. And I pray for those who are abused and exploited. And Michelle at Forbidden Information and I, we've partnered. And we're looking to go to D.C. And when we get to D.C., it may be October, it may September. I don't know when it's going to be, whenever we get enough money to go. We're going to go, and we're going to knock on doors, and we're going to talk to those people. We're going to ask the hard questions about our children, and we're going to demand the hard answers. We probably won't get the answers, but we're going to ask them anyway. We're going to push the issue. We want to know why. Why are our children in such peril in America? In every facet of life. Not just homeschooling. That's a very small part. But people, I got something to tell you that just eats my lunch. It's about a different topic, so I'm going to give it to you now. And you know, there are places in America where teenage girls can have an abortion and their parents have no need to know. Did you hear what I said? Your teenage child, your teenage granddaughter or niece can go have an abortion anytime she wants to, and she doesn't have to say a word to her mother. No parental consent. People, that's wrong. That's just wrong. That's teaching abortion. That's teaching murder. That's teaching kill our preborns to these young kids. Granted, if these children were victims of incest or rape, I'm not going to argue that topic. I have a problem with it, but I'm not going to argue the topic. But let me tell you something, people. Alaska, California, Connecticut, D.C., Hawaii, Maine, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Vermont, Washington State, and Oregon. No parental consent is needed for abortion by a teen. Did you hear that? These children can get pregnant and have an abortion, a major surgical procedure that could harm them for the rest of their life or even kill them without their parents' consent. Well, let me tell you, my daughter broke her arm. And where she was at, the people she was with, they took her to the hospital. But until they talked to me, they wouldn't set her arm. They wouldn't fix her arm and put it in a cast until me, as a parent, gave them permission. So why in the world, anywhere in the USA, be it Oregon, California, or all these other states, why can a child have an abortion, a major surgical procedure that could end their life, without the consent of a parent? Answer me that. That's what I want to know. Nobody so far has given me an answer. They can't give an answer because they know it's wrong. You know, a teen's reason for choosing abortion is the same as an adult. It's for convenience, not wanting their lives changed by birthing a baby. They can't afford a baby. They're not responsible enough to have a baby. So I'm telling you now, it's for the same thing I've always said it's for. Convenience, no matter the age of the abortionist. But I'm going to tell you, somebody, be it a school counselor, a school nurse, somebody got to that little girl, that preteen. Somebody got to her and told her that she could have an abortion. Somebody went behind her mother and father's back and whispered in her ear that she could do this and nobody would be the wiser, nobody would ever know, and it would be over in a few minutes. If you think that I'm kidding you, then you got your head in the sand. People, how can teens, 13 years old, have abortions without parental consent? It should never happen. Somebody is signing for these kids, and I want to know who they are. Is it the school? Is it Planned Parenthood? Do they have counselors that sign the papers? I want to know. Abortion is terrible at its best. Abortion for the sake of the mother's life, I understand. And I understand for rape or incest, and a bug just flew in my ear. But we don't have to put up with this pro-abortion at every corner and every turn. We don't have to put up with it. We can fight, and Michelle and I are fighting. But you know, I've said enough on abortion for children, and I've said enough on homeschooling. So I want to talk for just a minute about the man I admire most, and that is our President, Donald J. Trump. I understand that Trump must have had a good reason for calling off the attack on Iran. You know, I don't think for a minute that our president wants war with any country. And I notice that he's always eager to talk. He told North Korea he wanted to talk. He talked to China. He's talked to Russia. And he wants to talk to Iran. Trump doesn't want war. But I'll tell you right now, if Trump pushes the issue, if Iran pushes the issue, Trump is not afraid. He is our commander-in-chief, and he's going to do the right thing. But you know, President Trump says he doesn't want war, but if it comes down to armed conflict, it will be obliteration like the world has never seen. And I believe that. And I believe that when he called off that attack on Iran after they shot down our drone, Trump's a good man. He asked his advisors, how many men are going to die when I make this attack possible? They told him 150 Iranian guards are going to die. Trump did not want to draw first blood. Sure, they bombed a Japanese and a Norwegian freighter with a mine. We didn't do anything about it. We didn't do anything. They bombed a Norwegian and Japanese freighter. Okay? We didn't do anything. Then they shot down a drone that belonged to the United States military over international waters. Trump said he was going to attack. He had his attack ships and his planes in the air. His ships were ready to fire. His planes were ready to drop bombs. 10 minutes before the attack was to commence, Trump called it off. And he called it off, in my heart and in my mind, I believe, because he did not want to be the one to draw first blood in this conflict. I don't think for a minute this conflict is going to go away. I think that something is going to happen. I believe in my heart that Iran has a nuke, and I believe they have the means of delivering them, or they wouldn't have made the threat that one missile would take out our entire fleet. So people, what do you think? Do you think that we ought to trust Iran? Do you think that we ought to believe that they want to meet us at the conference table? Or should we believe that they want nothing but death and destruction to America and Israel? I say it's the latter. We've been dealing with these Iranians for years and years and years. Even their own people are turning against them. But people, plain and simple, Barack Hussein Obama gave these people billions of dollars of cash, and he sent them there on cargo planes. I've seen the pictures, and so have you. Those billions of dollars were used for terrorism around the world, and it was also used to build up their nuclear arms. I believe with the money that Barack Hussein Obama gave them, that they were able to enrich the uranium they needed. They got all the heavy water they needed, and all they needed was a means of delivery for a nuclear weapon, and I believe North Korea gave that to them. So Obama gave them a nuke, and North Korea gave them the means to deliver it. I don't think they're posturing people. Even if they are, we can't trust them to think they're posturing. What are we going to do? Are we going to wait for a nuclear attack on Israel or an attack on one of our ships? I say that's exactly what's going to happen. America is not going to attack Iran. Number one, because Congress is going to pitch a hissy fit if we even consider that. But I believe that our President, Donald J. Trump, the true patriot that he is, he will not let America fall, and he may take a slow stance. I don't know. But I trust him. I have to trust him. He's our only hope for America. He's the only hope that we will ever be free from tyranny around the world like Iran and North Korea and China and Russia and all these countries that seek to harm us. Even our friends in the EU are not our friends. We have to be on our guard all the time. And I'm grateful. With my right hand up, I say thank you, Donald Trump, and thank God for you. Thank you for making America great again, and thank you for keeping us great. You know, along with tougher sanctions, and Trump has put a lot of tough sanctions in the last week on the Iranians. The U.S. launched a cyber attack. Get this. He launched a cyber attack against Iran. And it disabled the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's computer systems that controlled its rockets and its missile launchers. So without attacking Iran, our president, Donald J. Trump, used his head, he used his advisors, he used his scientists, and he used his cyber people, and he shut down Iran's ability to even fire a missile. Now, is that not much better than killing a bunch of people? He went in there, and all he did was a little signature or maybe a phone call. The next thing you know, Iran's missile systems are down. And they're not going to get back up until China or Russia or one of these other countries go in there and they try to, go around what Trump has done. But I'm proud of Donald Trump. I'm proud of our cybersecurity. People, it's not like it used to be. I'm an old man. I'm used to getting in there in the trenches and fighting hand to hand. That ain't the way it's done today. Today, it's done with cyber attacks, and it's done with smart bombs, and it's done with technology. Technology that I have absolutely no idea how it works or why it works. All I know is that we as American patriots have to stand behind our president. We have to support him in everything that he does where Iran's concerned. He's the president. We're not. He has advisors. He has people whispering in his ear. He has knowledge that we will never have, so we cannot second guess our president. We can't second guess our president. We have to support him in all that he does. I want to thank each and every one of you for coming tonight. I'm sort of rambling on. As I thought I had 9 pages. I thought that'd get me through at least 45 minutes, but I ain't quite there. But people, I'm not going to run on because I know there's somebody behind me that wants to come on live. And I want to give them all the time that they can. But eventually I'll be able to keep it going for an hour. But before I go, I want to talk and thank you, DM. Thank you. Forbidden Information is going live at 9:30. Dangerous Freedom laughed at me. Cheryl said, thank you for sharing X's and O's. I guess that's kisses and hugs. D.A. Archer said, Forbidden, who's next? I want you to sub Michelle at Forbidden Information. She's a great girl. She's a great lady. She's a good mother, and she's a true patriot. And we stand together in partnership in these endeavors to save our children. CLC, I always do that. You give me a hard name, girl. It's CLC in Florida. I always want to say CLC Florida, but it's CLC in Florida. Glad you're here. So great to see you. Liberty Smith, thank you for showing up. Spirit Talker, thank you so much you've been a great help to me. And Hope, welcome. I'm glad to see the people here. I can't tell how many are in the chat, but I am grateful for each and every one of you. But I'm not going to run on and on and on. I'm not going to keep you here. I'm going to let somebody else come in. I'm going to let them give you some information that you need to hear. But people, I'm deployable body. This is the way I see it. Before I go, I got to tell you, I'm starting a new channel. And the new channel is going to be America's Patriot channel. And I'm hoping that I can get the permission from Tony Patriot and Forbidden Information and a whole lot of other people, Pete the Patriot and all of these others, D.A. Archer. I want to get these people. And if you have content, I want to start live streaming your content 24 hours a day. So if you agree with me on this idea, let me know. But I want to get a channel started where patriots all can participate. I think it'll be a great thing. I hear Hangouts is iffy. Well, it doesn't matter. We have other avenues to communicate. But I want to start a channel just for us patriots, so we, as patriots, can post what you want to post, put your own content there. I'll put my own content there, and I'll do live streams on that channel. But it'll be a place where you're able to post your videos so others can see them. And the more patriots we get that will join this channel and post their videos or allow me to post them, then I think it'll be a great thing. D.A. Archer, Forbidden Information. Jervis, DM. Liberty Smith, Dangerous Freedom. I want to thank all of y'all for coming tonight. I'm going to shut this thing down, but I want to tell you I love each and every one of you, and I thank you with all my heart for being here. Jesus is Lord. Keep him in your heart. I'll see you through the week on a video, but I'll see you next Sunday, okay? Y'all have a good night. God bless. Check out Forbidden Information at 9:30. God bless.
Hey everyone, Deplorable Bobby here, and this is the way I see it. I want to thank my subscribers, most of all. I'm grateful to each and every one of you. I'd like to ask you to leave comments, hit the like button every chance you get, and tap that bell icon so you receive notifications when I'm going live or have posted a video. I try to give shout outs on every video. I start out my shout outs with my PayPal. I've already shouted these people out in a previous video, but I'm going back over the week, and these are two people that I want to give a shout out to right quick. The Great Dirt Bag and Boston Girl. I want to thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for your kind and generous donations. It means the world to me, and every dollar gets me closer to DC with Michelle. I want to give a few friends a shout out. I want to thank Spirit Talker. He's been a great help to me. Tony Patriot. I talked to him on the phone yesterday. I talked to Liberty Smith. And I talk to Dangerous Freedom quite often. And I want you to check out all these people if you haven't yet. Disabled Vets Perspective, Forbidden Information, and History Beat. Check them out. Michelle at Forbidden Information and I have partnered. And as most of you know, we're trying our best to get funds to go to D.C. I think it's going to be a fantastic pro-life conference. It's a blessing that we already have some senators and other well-named people in D.C. willing to meet us. So maybe we'll get to ask some of the hard questions. And pray for us. Pray for us that we'll be able to make that trip at the end of August. My PayPal account information is in the link below if you'd like to donate. And any donation, no matter how small, is greatly appreciated. But I want to tell you right now, if you cannot afford to donate to my channel or to Forbidden Information, I just ask that you continue to watch and subscribe, leave comments, and hit the like button. And that's all that we can expect or even ask of our subscribers and our viewers. We'll talk to you a little bit today about Madonna to start with. She's in the news.
I also want to remind you before I get started that tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, I'll be going live. I'll be doing my live stream tomorrow night at 8 after Disabled Vet's Perspective. So tune in to Disabled Vet's Perspective at 7 p.m. And he runs just about an hour. I may be a few minutes late, or I may be on time. But whenever he's finished, I'll go live and I'll give you my live stream. But I want to talk a little bit about 60-year-old Madonna. And the really thing about Madonna, she lives in England. She don't even live in the United States. But yet, anyway, that's neither here nor there. She wants to sit down with Pope Francis. She wants to let the pontiff know that Jesus supports abortion. Oh, I didn't know that. I just never heard that. I find this very difficult for me to believe. But, Madonna grew up Catholic. But she wants the Vatican to change their stance on reproductive rights for women. Okay. First, let's talk about reproductive rights for women. Sure. Women have a right to decide if they want to have a child or not. But their right ends in the beginning, before the baby is ever conceived. If they don't want to get pregnant, make sure you take birth control and use a condom. That's double insurance. If you don't want to get pregnant, then that's your reproductive right. But don't get pregnant. Don't get pregnant and then want to abort that poor innocent baby because of convenience for you, or because you just don't want to birth a child. Look, I'm not worried about reproductive rights for women. Women have rights given under the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. I don't think that they need a special law just to cover them and their choices to murder innocent preborn babies. So, your reproductive rights as women, I respect. But what I respect is the fact that you shouldn't get pregnant. You should take birth control. Let your man use a condom. Or better yet, abstain from sex altogether. But don't murder that preborn baby in your belly when you mess up and get pregnant. There's another good way to make sure that you never get pregnant and never have to have an abortion. Go have yourself sterilized. Look, I don't care if you're sterilized or not. But if you're going to be promiscuous, if you're going to have multiple lovers, or if you're going to have unprotected sex, then why don't you just have your tubes tied and you never have to worry about it again? But no, you would rather keep your female parts intact and murder innocent preborn babies for convenience. I tell you, I don't know. Maybe we get to D.C., maybe I'll get to ask a couple of questions about that, about if we're going to push this RV Wade down our throats another 40 years from the Democrats, the least that they can do is, since they have the House, why don't they pass a law that if you have one abortion in the United States, you'll be sterilized. There's nothing wrong with that. If you are a murderer of preborn babies, you should have yourself sterilized. Don't murder the preborns. But Madonna, she grew up Catholic, and she really wants the Vatican to change their stance. Does she really think the Pope is going to listen to her on anything? Well, he might let her sit down and talk to him because she's a famous entertainer. I don't know what kind of music he likes. Maybe he'll let her sing a song for him. I don't know. But I guarantee you, it would be an interesting meeting if he and Madonna ever had a sit-down talk, and I just really don't know if that will ever happen, people. But I do know this. Pope Francis is not going to change his mind on abortion. Then no way in the world can any man convince Pope Francis to change his stance on abortion. I just don't believe it. That is the one thing that I stand with Pope Francis and the Catholic Church on, and that is their abortion laws. Or should I say their anti-abortion laws. You can't be a practicing Catholic in good standing in the church if you are pro-abortion. If you're an abortionist, or if you're up there in our Congress and in the Senate pushing abortion, 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 how can you call yourself a Catholic? As a matter of fact, a couple of bishops, I think it was in Chicago, they really had a problem with these legislatures passing these laws allowing abortion to continue. One of those pastors, should I say, one of those cardinals, has banned these two legislatures from having Holy Communion in his diocese. I think that's a great thing. If you go against the church completely on the abortion stand, then you do not deserve to have the Holy Sacrament of communion. You're not in good standing with the church. You're not in good standing with God. And it doesn't matter about society, because you don't care about society. And evidently you don't care about God. You don't care about your religion. And you don't care about your religious leaders. And you don't mind murdering innocent preborn babies. That's the definition of a demon rat. Plain and simple. Madonna's spoken a lot about being excommunicated from the church over the years, but she says she always wanted to be a nun. Really, Madonna? You always wanted to be a nun? Then why are you this loose cannon that goes around cussing and screaming and calling everybody names, saying you want to blow up the White House, or you thought about blowing up the White House? You should have went to jail for that comment, woman. You're promiscuous. I don't care what you say. You say that you don't drink, you don't do drugs, you don't party. Well, when did you stop? Material girl, you have some of the lowest morals of any human being on this earth. You have absolutely no right to look down your nose at anybody, because you are the scum of the earth. You truly are demon-possessed and evil to your core. And I don't care who likes your music, and I don't care who don't. I personally, material girl, could go the rest of my life and never see your face or hear one of your songs ever again. Get it through your head, Madonna. You're a has-been. I know you've got a new tour starting before long, but I pray it's a failure. I pray that God-loving Americans won't even show up for your concert. Oh, I'm sure you're going to have a lot of these demon rat and social justice warriors and these women who push abortion. They're all going to be there with their little pink vagina hats. Oh, you're going to have it, man. So have it. But you'll be having it without me. And I can just about guarantee you can have it without American patriots. She says her connection to Catholicism shows up in all of her work, as everyone has noticed. She says off stage she's a Julie Andrews. Give me a break, Madonna. A Julie Andrews. Really? Really? How many lovers have you had? How many times have you been on stage and made videos where you're showing practically your entire body? You're evil, Madonna. I don't believe your crap for 1 minute, Julie Andrews. My goodness. She's evil. She's a Satanist. She's anti-Trump. She's anti-American. And she repeatedly calls for guns to be illegal
in America, and she doesn't even live here. I guess you are in England because they have really strict gun laws, but you're not going to affect us here, lady. You're going to have the NRA and American Patriots care less. We couldn't care less what your views are and what your thoughts are, or what you want. Madonna, tramp, whore, piece of crap. Stay in England, Madonna, and don't come back to the U.S. since you hate everything good in America. You are truly an enemy of the patriots of American people. I want to talk a little bit about a man by the name of Michael Wilde. He's 30 years old. He denied his crimes of child abuse, which led to the murder of a 22-month-old little toddler named, a beautiful name. People, listen to this, Ella Rose. Isn't that a beautiful name? This 22-month-old toddler was in his care. I'll let you know what happened, people. But Wilde has been sentenced to life in prison for brutally punching the toddler to death. The child died from internal injuries. Wilde had assaulted the little girl on previous occasions when she was left in his care, and with his partner, Charlene Hughes. Well, on January 21st of 2018, Wilde was left for a short time with Ella Rose, and when Hughes returned home from running some errands, she found the little Ella collapsed on the sofa and called paramedics. But the little girl died at the hospital from her severe injuries. Ella Rose's mother is 26-year-old Pagan Glover. Ain't that a terrible name, Pagan? But anyway, Pagan Glover said Hughes was Ella's godmother and a paid caregiver for Ella Rose. In the leading months up to Ella's death, the toddler was taken to the hospital with unexplained bruising several times. Where in the world were these nurses and doctors' heads at when this little girl was taken to the hospital because of her massive bruising on her body? Why was this not reported to the Department of Family and Children's Services? Why was it not reported to the local police department? Why did this hospital, why did they allow them to take that little girl home? That baby should never have left the hospital with that woman ever again. Because believe me, people, she's the one that put that little girl in the hands of this murderer. And she did it over and over again, even after she had to take her to the hospital because of her massive bruising on her body. But yet she continued to let these demons take care of that little girl. This is a good name too. Judge Justice King said the killing of Ella Rose was a culmination of a course of conduct by Wilde going back many, many months. This was not the first time it happened. It had happened repeatedly, people, to this little girl, and neither Wilde or his girlfriend or the baby's mother did anything. And when the mother did take her to the hospital did nothing. So what does this mother do? She just gives the child right back to Wilde and Hughes so he could beat her baby to death. You know, the judge said that he has no doubt in his mind that the toddler died from punches to her stomach, causing internal injuries and death. Can you believe this, people? A grown man punching a 22-month-old little girl to death. There is no crime she could have ever committed to deserve that.
No child deserves abuse. But this, my Lord, punching her to death. And then leaving her to lay on the couch to be found by your girlfriend. Well, yeah, she called paramedics, but it did no good. The little girl died before she got to the hospital. Murderer? Murder conspiracy? What else can they be charged with? Now, Hughes was the girlfriend, and she was also found guilty of causing the death of the child and 2 counts of perverting the course of justice, and will be sentenced next week. Well, this demon that killed this little girl got life in prison. That's where he belongs. This Michael Wild, he deserves to rot in prison. Personally, I think he already got the death penalty. And hopefully, he's going to have a very hard time in prison. Because from what I understand, I've never been to prison. I've never been to jail. But I have family members who spent quite a long time in prison. And they say that there's certain people in prison that don't have a very good time of it. And that's usually child abusers, child murderers, child rapists. Any of those that would harm our children. Or their mothers. These people have a especially difficult time because they're ostracized. They're often beat up. Many times they have to go into protective custody and be segregated from the population in prison because they're going to kill him. Even criminals of the highest order. Most don't believe in harming little children. And I guarantee you, they're not going to stand by and tolerate it. Do you remember Jeffrey Dahmer? Well, the people he abused and killed weren't little. You know, they were minors, somewhere around the ages of 16 and up to 20. But you know, he was convicted of killing these men and devouring their bodies. He was a pedivore as well as a murderer. He didn't last very long in prison. He was in protective custody for a while, and he wasn't in regular population but a really short time until somebody took a broomstick and beat him to death. And that's what he deserved. And Wild, I'm telling you right now that I pray that that's the treatment you and all of those who harm our children receive in prison. I hope it is the worst time of your life, and I hope you endure a lifetime of misery. People, I've gone long enough. My name's Deplorable Bobby, and this is the way I see it. People, remember our children in the womb. Pray for our children, the exploited, the trafficked, the abused, the sexually abused, and as in Jeffrey Dahmer's case, the devoured. Pray for each other. Pray for our president. Pray for this channel and pray for me and Michelle. I'll talk to you later. And I'll see you tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Talk to you then. Have a good day. Hey everybody, Deplorable Bobby here. This is the way I see it. I want to thank my subscribers. I want to ask you to hit the like button and leave me comments. If you're not a subscriber, I'd like to ask you to subscribe to my channel and watch a video. Leave me a comment. I try to answer all comments. My PayPal information is in the link below if you'd like to support this channel and help me grow. It would be greatly appreciated. As I've said many times, Michelle from Forbidden Information and I have partnered,
And we're going to go to D.C. In late August and early September for a few days to talk with some senators and congressmen from both sides of the aisle. So we've already got some appointments set up with a couple of senators and President Trump's spiritual advisor. So we do have some appointments already set up and are confirmed. So we're looking forward to going there, but it's going to be a lot of money, and neither one of us can afford the trip by ourselves. So if you'd like to support us and help us get to D.C. for this pro-life conference, it would be greatly appreciated. Today I want to talk a little bit about something besides abortion and child abuse. I wrote this yesterday, part of it, and the rest of it today, but since I wrote this, a lot of things have changed. But I'm going to stick to my guns, and I'm going to go by my script and want to try to give you a little news. The latest on U.S. and Iran. That's going to be my topic. Top Democrats are worrying that President Trump may cause a war. They're saying that he needs authorization from Congress before he launches any military action against Iran. Chucky Schumer said he was afraid Trump may bumble into war. Well, Chucky Schumer, I have not seen our president bumble anything. Granted, he says a lot of stuff on Twitter that you don't like and the other Democrats don't like. But I'm going to tell you, I'm happy to see his tweets every time he tweets. So yeah, I don't think he's a bumbler. I think he's a planner. He's a very smart man, Chucky Schumer, and he's got your number. Pelosi said Trump should do everything to de-escalate. I guess to her, he needs to de-escalate the tensions with Iran like Obama did. You know, Obama, I'll get to him in a minute. I'm going to stay on this subject. President Trump had an hour-long briefing with Dems and Republicans, and he laid out his plan, and evidently his plan changed. But creepy Uncle Joe Biden says President Trump's strategy is a self-inflicted disaster. Never mind the disasters from the Obama administration. Since President Trump withdrew from the Obama-Biden nuclear deal after giving Iran billions of dollars in cash, but we're still in history. And you know, there was no agreement ever signed for all that free money. There was nothing ever signed. We just automatically trusted Iran. We didn't need to go in and inspect their nuclear facilities. We didn't need to harass Iran. We had a Muslim president, and he was backing Iran from the very beginning, along with other Muslim nations. President Trump says Iran made a big mistake when he shot down a U.S. drone over the Mediterranean. They said it was in international waters, but Iran says it was over their sovereign airspace. So, who are we going to believe? We're going to believe the commander of the fleet in the Mediterranean, or are we going to believe Iran and their lies? Trump says he's not going to tell them what he's going to do, but they'll find out. Well, a senior military official in Iran did not shoot down that drone. It wasn't a rogue general like the news was talking about. The news has to come from the leader of Iran. Orders can't be given willy-nilly by a general without the approval of the supreme commander, who is the Ayatollah. So I don't believe that it was a rogue general who shot down our drone. I believe it was a planned attack, hoping for a response from the United States. You know, the commander of the U.S. Central Command Air Forces disputed Iran's claim that the drone was over Iranian airspace. President Trump said that Iran has made a very big mistake in shooting down a U.S. drone. President Trump approved a military airstrike against Iran for shooting down this American drone, but he called off the attack after planes were in the air and ships were in position for the attack. It's unclear if Trump just changed his mind on striking Iran, or maybe there were other reasons that he called off the strike. The Pentagon has refused to comment on this decision. But I don't know why President Trump called off that attack. I know that people like John Bolton and others in his circle were very upset that he called the attack off. I'm not saying that we need to start a war, but we need to do something to curb Iran and their aggression. I mean, let's look at it. Ever since the USS Abraham Lincoln has been in the Mediterranean and the Persian Gulf, we've had 2 cargo ships mined, and even one of the ships who hit 2 mines, and one mine did not explode. It was stuck in the hull of the ship, unexploded. And people, this thing was huge. I'm telling you, it was huge. And I don't understand why the Iranians were allowed to send one of their fast boats to this tanker and remove that mine. Why were the Iranians allowed to remove one of their own mines from the hull of this ship that did not explode? Well, I'm thinking that they did it so that no one could look at that mine forensically and determine that it was an Iranian mine. But let's don't be deceived. We know it was an Iranian mine, but I still don't understand why Iran was allowed to send their fast boats in there and retrieve this mine that didn't explode. It just doesn't make sense to me. There's a cover-up here, and I don't understand why Iran was allowed to carry it out. But it doesn't matter. We know Iran bombed these 2 cargo ships. We also know they've been harassing other countries on the high seas and in the Persian Gulf. But we just sat idly by. Trump drew a red line in the sand. Well, Iran has crossed that line a couple of times. And as of yet, nothing's been done. But the commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard said, Iran has sent a clear message to America. We do not want war with any country, but we are ready for war. People, they're not afraid, or at least their words say they're not afraid. And I really don't think they are. I think they're just that crazy that they would love to go up against the United States. But people, it's not going to be a ground war. And it may not even be a war in the skies. I fully believe that Iran has a nuclear weapon. I truly believe that. But this statement from Iran makes it clear that it was not a rogue general or any loose cannon. It was the leader of Iran who gave the go-ahead to shoot down that drone. These generals and people in charge of the military can't make a lot of decisions without approval from the president and the Ayatollah. So they knew that this attack was coming because they had approval from the Ayatollah to do this attack. This attack on the drone was intentional, and I really believe it was hoping that the U.S. would retaliate and maybe start World War III. I believe in my heart, thanks to Obama and Biden, Iran already has nukes, and they already have a way to deliver them. The Iranians told the U.S. a couple of weeks ago that if they want a war, they can have it. But they also said that they have the capabilities of taking out an entire fleet of ships with one missile. People, there's only one missile that can take out an entire fleet. That's a missile armed with a nuclear warhead. So are they posturing? Are they trying to scare President Trump and Congress and the American people? No, I don't think they're trying to scare us at all. I think they're sticking their finger up their nose at us because they do have a nuclear weapon and a means to deliver it. You know, we all know that Obama gave billions and billions of dollars to Iran in cash, on pallets, delivered by U.S. cargo planes. We've all seen the pictures of those pallets on those cargo planes that Obama sent to Iran. You know, after he gave them billions, he never tried to slow down or stop their nuclear program. He never fought to have inspectors go in and inspect to make sure that they weren't enriching uranium and adding to their stockpiles of heavy water. You know, Obama wanted Iran to be a nuclear power. At least in my heart and in my mind, that's the way I see it. He helped the Iranians to achieve their goal. He sent them money to escalate their nuclear program. He made sure that nobody bothered Iran. He made this great nuclear deal knowing full well that Iran would never comply with this deal in the first place. And tell me this, how can you have a nuclear deal between countries if there's absolutely no treaty signed between them? No paperwork was signed for this Iran nuclear deal for Obama. Nothing was signed. I understand why Trump did away with that deal. It was a terrible deal. Obama knew full well what he was doing when he did it. Because we all know that Obama is nothing but a liar and a con man, a deceiver of the masses, a Muslim and a homosexual. At the very best, that's what he is. He was an American president for 8 years. He was never a president. Obama's life has been a lie from the very beginning and a con job on the American people. Obama proved his loyalty to the Muslims over and over again. Thanks to Obama, we now have parts of the country overrun by Muslims, brought here by Obama and his administration. You know, Obama let Muslim hordes in willy-nilly. You know, they were let into the U.S. by the hundreds of thousands, and they weren't even vetted. Nobody vetted these Muslims. They were refugees, fleeing ISIS, fleeing war. So Obama just opened these doors and said, come on in, you're welcome. Just like he did on our southern border. Obama intended to destroy America from within. And he was well on his way to doing that. Had Hillary became president, by now, we would not be the United States of America. We'd be the United Socialist States of America. And that's plain and simple. There's no other way to look at it. It's time to open our eyes and to realize the evil and the cruelty and the deception that came from the Obama administration. And now we have his vice president as the front runner for the demon rat nomination for president. People, this is a joke. It's a joke from within. But people, it's scary. I'm going to tell you, these demon rats, they're smart. They know exactly what they're doing. They're all in it together. It's all planned. There may be one or two deviate from the plan and have a little spat between themselves in these debates, but I'm looking for these debates to be nothing more than a Trump bashing rally. That's all it's going to be. You know, thanks to Obama, we have 2 Muslims in federal government, making it un-American to be an American. They call for change in America, and their change is socialist change and Sharia law. We also have a woman-beater Muslim as governor of Minnesota. Tell me, how did a woman-beater Muslim become governor of Minnesota? Well, I'm going to tell you why.
And I'm going to tell you why these two Muslim women are in our Congress. I believe one's a senator and one's a congressman. But you got these two Muslims in there, and they're there just because of Obama and his policy of bringing Muslims in from the Middle East by the thousands and thousands every day. Most of these Muslims congregated in certain parts of Minnesota and Michigan, as well as other parts of the country. But these were the two main groups of Muslims who took residence in America. And what happened was they came in hordes. They came in by the hundreds of thousands. And the people who lived in these certain districts just moved out. Gave them their houses. Well, they probably sold them. But it doesn't matter. What happened is entire voting districts were taken over by these Muslims that Obama and Biden brought in with a free hand to destroy America from within. You know, these Muslims need to be voted out. And I pray for American patriots to do just that. When these Muslim terrorists are up for re-election in 2020 or 2022, whatever it is, we need to vote them out. We need to see them gone from our government. They're nothing but a cancer trying to spread socialism and lie, anti-Semitism and socialism. We can thank Obama for allowing these Muslim whores to take control of parts of America, as well as allowing all these people to come in. You know, during his 8 years in the Oval Office, I would venture to say he had more immigrants come into America than ever before from Muslim countries. Obama failed to destroy America, but he did shoot several arrows and they hit their mark. And it's caused America to nearly crumble because of his corrupt presidency. Thank God for Donald J. Trump defeating Hillary Rodham Clinton. Because if she had won the presidency, we would have had another 4 years of Obama. And I'm going to tell you right now, if by some miracle, which will never happen, if Biden were to ever become president, or any demon rat, Obama's policies and his presidency would be allowed to continue. All these Democrats want to do is get elected so they can keep Obama's policies and ideals in the forefront for the American people, because they want to destroy America from within. You know, Biden's going to be defeated even if he gets the nomination from the Democratic Party. Any demon rat who is nominated to run against Donald Trump is going to be defeated soundly. There's not even going to be a battle. I believe Donald Trump, our president, is looking forward to a running fight with the Democrats' nomination for his job. He's going to be there another 4 years. There's no doubt about it. Patriots will stand up. We're going to come to the polls and we're going to vote. We're going to keep Donald Trump in another 4 years. People, I don't understand everything Donald Trump does. He's made a couple of decisions that I don't agree with, but he is the President of the United States. He didn't get there by being an idiot. He didn't get there by being stupid. He didn't get there by lies and deception like Obama did. He got there because the American people believed in him, and he believed that he could and would make America great again. And he has. He has changed this country more than any president ever in history. He's done more in 2.5 years than any president ever did in history. He's keeping his promises. He's doing what he says he was going to do. Sure, I would love to see him do more
on the child trafficking and the child abuse and abortion. I would love to see him do more on that. But I know he's a busy man. I don't have any idea of all the things he has to deal with every single day. It has to be hundreds of decisions every day that could affect each and every one of us Americans. So who am I to call out our president? And I'm not going to. If he were to attack the Second Amendment or the First Amendment, or actually any amendment rights given to us by the Constitution, I would have a real problem. But as of yet, I have not seen that from our winning president, Donald J. Trump. He's made a couple of decisions I don't agree with. But there again, he's president and I'm not. So neither are these demon rats. So really their opinions are nothing but rhetoric. It's fodder for the demon rat base. You know, they got to put Trump down every single day. That's been their agenda since day one. Impeach, 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 imprison. Let's redo the Mueller report all over again. Let's spend another $30 million and another 2 years investigating the investigator who investigated the investigators. People, this is how the demon rats work. They want to make everything about them and nothing about the American people. They are so hell-bent on taking down this president that they fail miserably to do their job. The demon rats have always failed miserably to do their job, but now they are doing absolutely nothing to help this country. I don't understand how demon rat supporters can look at this and see this and hear all the stuff that they're doing, all their lies, their deceit, their cons. People, I just don't understand how people cannot see straight through these demon rats. We all know that these demon rats are pro-abortion no matter what. And that in itself should tell a God-loving American who claims to be a Democrat that they don't belong in the demon rat party. If you believe in abortion, that's where you belong. If you believe in giving away everything, free health care, free food, free housing, then you're a demon rat and you're evil. It's just that simple. You have an evil heart. Any person who could support murdering an innocent preborn child can have no heart. They are soulless. They have given their soul over to Satan. And people, there's millions and millions of them. But you know, the Bible said that there would be a great apostasy in the last days. And apostasy is nothing more than falling away from your God. And today in America, I believe that more and more Americans are falling away from God. That's how they can support these demon rats and their crazy agendas. But people, God is good. Keep praying. Pray for our president. And pray for each other. Pray for America. Let's keep America great. Donald Trump has done his job. He's winning and he's winning and he's winning. Let's keep the faith and stand strong in support of our president on anything that he does. Like I said, he is our president and he knows much better than we. But I pray that God's hand be on the shoulder of Donald Trump. And I pray the Holy Spirit will whisper in his ear and keep him forever doing the right thing for we patriots, for Americans, and for this country as a whole. People, I went a little long this morning. Got to where I'm doing that a lot lately. My name's Deplorable Bobby, and this is the way I see it. Pray for our children. Pray for the exploited and the trafficked, the abused, sexually abused. These children are the least, the last, and the lost. Pray for those children in the womb, that the person carrying that baby in their womb will not seek an abortion and end that child's life by murder. Like I said, pray for each other. Pray for me. Pray for this channel. And I'll talk to you later. Hey everybody, Deplorable Bobby here, and this is the way I see it. I want to thank my subscribers. You're the most important people on this channel. Without you, I wouldn't have a channel. So, hit the bell icon so you don't miss any videos. Comment. Hit the like button. Believe it or not, it really helps to support my channel just by viewing a video and commenting and leaving a like. I've probably already done this, but I'm going to do it again. I want to thank the Great Dirtbag. And I want to thank Boston Girl, Dangerous Freedom, and Tony Patriot. All these people have donated to my channel, along with Liberty Smith. Don't let me forget him. And I'm grateful for every donation. My PayPal information is in the link below if you'd like to donate to this channel and help me grow. It's greatly appreciated. But either way, if you don't contribute, just subscribe, hit the like button, and leave me some comments. I always read my comments, and they're greatly appreciated. I want to talk a little bit today on abortion. And we're going to talk a little bit about some stuff that's going on in St. Louis and Chicago. June 19th, the St. Louis, Missouri Catholic News Agency came out with this. In a legal battle over closure of Missouri's last functioning Planned Parenthood abortion clinic, state health department officials cited 4 botched abortions as part of the reason they do not want to renew the abortion clinic's business license. On Friday, June 14th, the state health department sent the St. Louis clinic and the court documents and a letter, and in the statement it stated the deficiencies, which included details of the 4 botched abortions at the heart of the licensing dispute. William Coble of the State Health Department told reporters that records of these 4 botched abortions are sealed by Judge Seltzer. Why did he want to seal those people? He's protecting Planned Parenthood, plain and simple. In early June, Judge Seltzer ruled that doctors not currently employed by Planned Parenthood will not have to answer or respond or testify in the state's investigations. Seltzer said it's an undue burden on abortion doctors. The undue burden, everybody, is that poor baby that these doctors are murdering. That's where the burden lays. Refusal of doctors to cooperate with the state's investigation thwarts the department's ability to conduct a meaningful review of botched abortions and obstructs any possibility to ensure these botched abortions are not repeated. Lawyers for Planned Parenthood secured a restraining order in May from Judge Seltzer, which keeps the Planned Parenthood clinic open for business as usual in St. Louis. Even after 4 botched abortions recently. In a separate case, same week, June 14th, St. Louis Circuit Court Judge David Dowd ruled that Missouri's legislature cannot cut funding from the St. Louis Planned Parenthood Clinic.
after Planned Parenthood lawyers argued that the clinic is needed to provide much needed health care for women. Abortion wasn't even mentioned as Planned Parenthood made the case for women's reproductive health care issues. They want to tell everybody, oh, it's a women's health care center. It's not just abortions. You know, we do pap smears and mammograms and screenings and counseling. That's a bunch of BS, people. Planned Parenthood does nothing but murder babies, plain and simple. There's no other way to describe Planned Parenthood. It is a slaughterhouse for babies. Governor Mike Parson of Missouri said this decision by Judge Dowd will be appealed. Parson recently signed a bill that punishes abortion doctors who perform abortions after 8 weeks. You know, Archbishop Robert Carlson of St. Louis called the 8-week abortion a giant step forward for the pro-life movement. And I agree. Every state that passes a heartbeat bill or restricts abortions to before 8 weeks is doing all that they can to end abortion. We're fighting a fight every day with Planned Parenthood and the ACLU and these social justice judges who are nothing but demon rats at the heart, and they're going to support Planned Parenthood no matter what. They have to stay on the talking points of the Democratic Party. I don't believe for a minute that any God-fearing judge who sits on the court would allow these things to happen. I just don't believe it, people. You can't be a God-loving American and believe in this crap. It's just impossible. And again, from the Catholic News Agency, Baltimore, Maryland, same day, June 14th, 2019. While 2 Illinois bishops are unified in their strong opposition to the state's new abortion law, one bishop wants to prohibit lawmakers who support the new law from having Holy Communion. My question is this: how can you promote abortion rights and call yourself a Catholic in good standing with the Catholic Church? The true answer to this, people, is you can't. You cannot be a Catholic in good standing within the Catholic Church and be pro-abortion. That goes against everything that the Catholic Church teaches. It goes against the Pope, and it goes against God, as I've said many times before. Bishop Thomas Patriot of Springfield, Illinois, made the decision to refuse Holy Communion to legislators who deny independent rights to our unborn children and support the murder of innocents. Bishop Patriot said, to be clear, you can't be promoting abortion legislation and be a Catholic in good standing within the Catholic Church, and you do not need to receive Holy Communion because of your actions. The Illinois Reproductive Health Care Act, which is Senate Bill 25, signed by Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, it recognizes abortion as a fundamental right and mandates that insurance companies cover abortions. Can you believe that? Let's get this guy's name right. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. Remember that name, people. Just remember him. But you know, it goes even farther. Cardinal Blaise Cupich of Chicago said, what is pernicious and so very difficult is that it says the unborn child has absolutely no claim on human rights. It says human life is cheap in the state of Illinois, but it doesn't agree. This one cardinal, he doesn't agree that we should hold back the Holy Communion from these legislatures who support abortion. He says that the officials will face judgment from God, who is all-powerful, and I agree. Most definitely, these legislatures and people in our government who just don't want to murder our babies, they may get away with it here, but they're not going to get away with it the day they stand before God at the white throne judgment. I'm sure in my heart that He's going to say, "Depart from me, you workers of iniquity, for I never knew you." And that's going to be a terrible day for anyone that hears that, because that simple sentence will condemn you to eternity in hell. Which, if you're a murderer of innocent babies, if you're an abortionist, if you're pro-abortion, hell is what you deserve. It's just a crying shame that we pro-life people can't see you burn in hell, because you are evil. You're evil to your soul. Simple murder of a preborn baby. People, they do it like washing their hands. They don't even consider that baby as being a life. It's tissue, and nothing more than tissue that needs to be taken away, because it's a growth. It's a cancer in that woman's belly, according to them. And my Lord, birthing a child is so dangerous that abortion for these women are the only hope for a healthy life. Give me a break. There are so many things. Michelle has mentioned it many times. Perforated bladder, lacerated uterus. There are so many things that could go wrong. Never mind infections, staph infections, and difficulty later in life when you may decide to try to have a child. Thanks to your abortion, you may be childless for the rest of your life. And I want to tell you, if you're an abortionist, if you want to murder a baby for convenience, I wish you were all sterile. Now, that would be the ticket. Let's get rid of these abortion clinics and quit killing these babies, and let's open up some sterilization clinics. If these women don't want to get pregnant because of convenience, well, let them go and get a hysterectomy, have your tubes tied, do whatever it takes. At least that way you won't be killing our little babies while they're still in the womb, never given a chance to see the light of day or to breathe their first sweet breath of life. You are a murderer, plain and simple. So if you don't want to murder babies, have yourself sterilized. Maybe somebody should bring this up in Congress, try to pass a law that if you have an abortion, you also get sterilized so that you don't have another one. Oh, I know that sounds draconian. I know that sounds like dictatorship. But people, we're in a fight for the life of our children. And when you're in a fight for life, there's no holds barred. You fight with everything that you have. You stand tall and stand strong with your fellow patriots who stand with you against abortion. It's going to be a fight. It's been a fight from the very beginning. And the fight's only getting harder, and it's getting worse because of these demon rat social justice judges who keep passing these laws and making rulings in favor of Planned Parenthood over good, God-fearing Americans. Murder of babies, plain and simple, is a battle cry for every Democrat that ever lives. Maybe back in the day, there were some good Democrats, maybe. I really can't think of any. Maybe John Kennedy. But other than him, I can't think of a single demon rat that's worth the time of day or worth his salt. All they do is resist and obstruct and push abortion and push abortion and push abortion with their lies and their deception. They never tell you the truth about abortion. They never will. You know, Patriot issued a decree, and he said, because of their leadership roles in promoting the evils of abortion by facilitating the passage of Senate Bill 25, House Speaker and Senate President Michael Madigan and John Cullerton have been barred from receiving Holy Communion within the Catholic Church because of their stance on abortion. Bishop Patriot cited the Common Laws 9:15 and 9:16 in his decree. Canon 9:16 forbids Catholics of conscious mortal sins of supporting abortion from receiving Holy Communion. Canon 19:15 instructs the public figures who obstinately persevere in manifest sin are not to be able to receive the Holy Sacrament. Both Patriot and Kupich told pro-lifers to continue the fight for life. Well, we intend to continue the fight for life, and we don't intend on slowing down or stopping. We've been, this has been a sin since its very conception. And I'm talking about abortion. And since R.V. Wade, we're going to continue. And know this, we are going to try and get this message across to the young people. The young people are our future. They need to understand the truth about abortion. They need to understand that abortion is wrong in the eyes of God. It's wrong in the eyes of humanity. How can you do such a thing? How can you murder an innocent baby? I just don't understand it. But this is not only an issue for the church. It's an issue for the soul of our country and for the American people as a whole. I say, if you live in Illinois, maybe you want to move. There's a lot of red states who are passing some great abortion or anti-abortion laws, but it's going to go before the appeals court. It's going to be turned down. It'll go to the Supreme Court. It'll be kicked back to the lower court. And the lower court has already condemned our preborn children with their rulings on these states who have restrictive abortion laws. Don't think for 1 minute that any of these states who've passed these restrictive abortion laws, don't believe for a minute their laws are going to go into effect on the day that they're supposed to go into effect. You can count on Planned Parenthood and the ACLU suing over these cases. And they've already sued most of the states. And of course these judges in these lower circuit courts, they're not wasting any time. They're jumping on the wagon and they're knocking down these laws in effect, not allowing them to actually become law. They're going to send it to the Supreme Court eventually, and it's going to get kicked right back. So people, no matter how hard we fight, trying to fight legally within these states to restrict abortion, to keep these abortion doctor murderers from killing all these babies without a reason other than convenience. But this is a hard fight. It's going to be a hard fight, and it's not going to end anytime soon. So I don't look for R.V. Wade to be overturned. Probably not in my lifetime. But I hope that someday it will be. I hope one day America becomes a God-loving country again and loves all precious life given by God. People, I didn't mean to go so long. My name's Deplorable Bobby. This is the way I see it. People, pray for our unborn children. People, pray for all children. Pray for all children. Pray for each other and pray for me. My name's Deplorable Bobby, and I'll talk to y'all later. Have a great day. Hey everybody, Deplorable Bobby here, and this is the way I see it. I want to thank my subscribers. I want to thank my viewers. I want to ask you to subscribe. I want to ask you to like, and I want you to comment. If you want to stay locked into this channel, if you like what I'm trying to do, then watch a video and leave a comment and hit the like button, and you'll be locked into my channel and you won't be deleted a month or two down the road for not viewing my channel. I hope that you'll do that, because I certainly want you to be locked in. It's really funny being a YouTuber. You know, you gain 5 or 10, and then the very next morning you lose 2 or 3. And what's happening is there are subscribers who subscribed months ago, and they haven't viewed a video, and they haven't left a comment, and they haven't left a like. So that means that after a period of time, they will be deleted from my channel. My subscription will never show up in your feed again unless you resubscribe. So I'm asking you now to lock yourself in. Pardon me. My PayPal information is in the link below if you'd like to donate to this channel to help me grow. It'd be greatly appreciated, no matter the amount. Greatly appreciated. People, I want to tell you a little bit today. I want to tell you a really short story about a poor little baby, and then I want to read something to you, and I'm going to give you an opinion. Mesa, Arizona. 27-year-old Gabriel Garcia was arrested last Thursday for child abuse of a 7-month-old baby. A 7-month-old baby, friends. Can you believe that? A 7-month-old baby. I just wonder how many terrible things this baby did to receive the punishment that he received. In early April, the baby's mother took the child to Banner Estrella Hospital and claimed the child had a fever, and when she fed him, milk came from his nose. Well, people, we all know that ain't right. When you feed a baby, his milk shouldn't come out his nose, so at least she did take him to the hospital. The 7-month-old baby boy was transported to Phoenix Children's Hospital, where doctors determined that he had several injuries, including a broken leg, two fractured ribs, a fractured skull, and a laceration on the back of his throat. And he had bruises all over his body. This is a 7-month-old baby, people. And Garcia told police he was the main caregiver for the victim, but he denied ever abusing that baby. He never abused that baby. Police executed a search warrant on Garcia's phone, and they recovered 3 recently deleted photographs. The first photo showed Garcia feeding the baby with a blue spoon. Nothing wrong with that. The second photo showed the baby in distress, with what appeared to be an adult thumb deep inside the baby's throat. He was choking this baby with his thumb. The third photo showed the baby in distress again, with a blue spoon shoved down his throat. Garcia admitted to shoving the blue spoon down the baby's throat, but denied any abuse. What an idiot. Garcia told police that he sometimes gets angry, and he blacks out, and he deals with demons. Well, I'm thinking He come up with that idea when he got arrested. He had no excuse for what he had done to that poor baby. So he wanted to blame it on being angry and having blackouts and dealing with demons. Yeah, you're dealing with demons, old man. Let me tell you what, you are a demon. You have a demon heart to do such a thing to a child. Although he denied abusing the baby, he said there could have been times when he did hurt the baby, but he didn't know it because he was in a blackout. Give me a break, people. Sounds like a alibi and excuse for me. Because the injury to the baby's throat, he had a feeding tube in place when released from the hospital 2 weeks later. And tell me, why in the world did they release this baby back to this woman and her boyfriend? The man who had caused all these injuries to this young 7-month-old baby. Because of the injuries of the baby's throat, he had a feeding tube. Garcia was arrested on June 13th. A judge set a $7,500 secured bond and ordered Garcia to have no contact with the victim should the bond be paid. The victim, get this. Garcia is not to have any contact with the victim. My goodness, he shouldn't have had no contact with that victim before the baby became a victim. Don't tell me that mother didn't see the bruises. Don't tell me that mother didn't know that this child's leg was hurt or his chest hurt from broken ribs. Babies cry when they hurt. Is this why you took him to the hospital, because you couldn't keep him from crying? Well, I guess not. He had a fractured skull, a broken leg, 2 broken ribs, and bruises all over his body with a laceration on the back of his throat, woman. And they released him back into your custody. I don't agree with that one bit. You should be arrested for being complacent, because you knew these injuries were occurring. And until you saw milk coming out of his nose, you weren't worried about it. And if I had to guess, you weren't worried about it then. You don't get a pat on the back for taking that poor baby to the hospital. You should have taken him much sooner. You're no kind of mother, in my opinion. This baby should have never been given back to you. You know, this kind of stuff just eats my lunch. But here's one that's really going to eat your supper. Houston, Texas. Stephen Bratton, co-pastor of Grace Family Baptist Church in Houston, Texas, who publicly backed a hardline anti-abortion law, has been charged with repeatedly sexually abusing a teenage relative. Okay, people, so this guy was really big and he was on the bandwagon about this anti-abortion stuff. He was putting his name out there, and the whole time he was abusing a 13-year-old girl. Good Lord, people. What kind of pastors do we have in our churches? Just the other day, I did a report on 3 pastors in Ohio who had been doing the same thing to a 14-year-old girl and passing her back and forth between them. People, you can't trust these people in our churches. I've told you that over and over again. You cannot trust pastors. You can't trust teachers. You can't trust Sunday school teachers. You can't trust policemen. You can't trust lawyers and judges. You cannot trust your best friend. You cannot trust your brother or your sister. These people sometimes harm our children or are pedophiles. People, you need to wake up. A pedophile and a child abuser doesn't have a sign across his forehead that says, "I hurt children." You've got to do a parent's job and do some parenting. Know who your kids are seeing. Know where they're going. Know who they're with. And if something happens, prosecute the person to the extent of the law. Don't sit there Do like this church did. Well, Bratton began abusing the girl when she was just 13 years old and continued assaulting her and eventually raping her multiple times a day over a 2-year period. Did you hear what I just said? This is a pastor of a church. Bratton, he's a father of 7 kids. 7 kids. But he confessed to 2 other pastors last month of his crimes against this child. The same day the pastors found out about the abuse, they filed a police report and excommunicated him from the church. Thank God. Thank you, Lord, for that. You know, the pastor said that before he came and confessed to them, that he confessed to his wife the day before he spoke to church leaders. His wife and 7 children are now living under a court-ordered emergency protection order. And last week, the Southern Baptist Church Convention passed reforms toughening screening process for pastors in an effort to tackle a growing scandal about sex abuse within the denomination. People, they just admitted, the Southern Baptist Leadership Conference just admitted that they have pedophiles in the church. They wouldn't have had to pass this rule if they weren't concerned about pedophiles in the church. Watch your children, people. You can't trust anybody with them. But I'm going to tell you, it's a little funny. I'm going to tell you a story. Thank God I was living 150 miles away or I'd have killed somebody. My mother married a man, a religious man. He was a big deacon in the church. I liked him. I thought he was a super guy. And after my dad died, I was glad that Mom had found somebody good and loving and caring and God-fearing. Well, it didn't take very long for him to show his true colors. My mother was a home care provider, and she worked the 11 to 7 shift. Well, one night, while she was at work, my niece was visiting, and she was spending the night. Well, this demon tried his best to molest her. She was only 10 years old. But she had the brain and the thinking to run, to lock herself in her room, and to call 911. This was a 10-year-old child that did this. And I'm going to tell you why she did it, because she was raised right. She was raised knowing that this was not right, and she ran from it. She was not going to be coerced into playing any little sex games with him. She ran, she was scared, and she did the right thing. She called 911. Well, before the police could even get to the house, he jumped in his little truck and he drove to Atlanta, and he committed himself to Georgia Regional Institute. It's a mental hospital in Atlanta. It's a state-funded mental hospital, to be exact. He went in there and he told these doctors that he was suicidal. He never mentioned the fact that he had just tried to molest a 10-year-old girl and was running from the law. So they admitted him for 72 hours for observation. Well, the moment they released that piece of crap, they arrested him. Cobb County Police was sitting there waiting on him. They took him straight to jail. They processed him. They arrested him. And he made bail. Well, come to find out, after this happened, that his daughters, who had daughters, he had molested his own grandchildren that belonged to his biological daughters. And when that was found out, they went to the church. And I'm going to say the name of the church because, people, You need to know this stuff. He was an Episcopalian. So he went to the Episcopal Church and he admitted that he had molested his 3 granddaughters. The church found that there was no need for him to be prosecuted in criminal court. There was no need for him to have his name defamed over this one little mistake that happened over and over again over a period of time. So the church prayed for this man. They prayed for this pedophile and cured him. They professed that he was cured. And it wasn't 3 years later he tried to molest my niece. People, we can't trust these churches. We can't trust these deacons. We can't trust the elders. We can't trust anybody in our churches. I don't care what religion you are. That's why I don't go to church. I have a Bible. I have a Strong's Exhaustive Concordance that tells me the Hebrew and the Greek Chaldee translations of every word. And I do my own research and my own study. I used to belong to the Baptist church. I used to be there every time the doors opened. I heard so many lies and corruption coming from the pulpit. I had to walk away. Just like a lot of Democrats have to walk away from the Democrat Party. Sometimes you just have to walk away. I'm not going to sit in a church and have a pastor tell me, don't open your Bibles. I'm going to read to you, then I'm going to interpret it, and then I'm going to give you a sermon on it and tell you how to act and how to behave. I ain't going to do that crap, people. Jesus Christ said, come to whoever will. No man cometh to the Father but by me. And my heart belongs to Jesus Christ, and I believe in the Lord God, our Creator. And people, these evil demons who harm our children walk around scot-free a lot of times because the church handles the situation. Just like in the Catholic Church, they tell you, do not report sexual abuse to the authorities. Report it to the elders of the church. And they'll send a bishop out to investigate instead of a licensed police officer who is educated in working these matters. So let the church handle it, people. I'm going to tell you, that's exactly what's going on. I don't care if it's the Baptist church, the Episcopalians, the Mormons, the Muslims, the Catholics, the Jews, it doesn't matter. Pedophiles and pedivores are everywhere in our society, and I dare you to prove to me that there is not a pedophile in your neighborhood. Maybe you need to look at the, I forget what you call it now. When you abuse the child, you're put on a list, child predator list. Check that list. See how many people in your neighborhood alone are child predators or human traffickers. They're everywhere, people. But you have to look to see who they are and where they are. They're in our government. They're in our schools. They're in our churches. They're everywhere. They're in our police department, as I've reported on several cases. I've reported on judges. I've reported on policemen. I've reported on pastors. I've reported on bus drivers. I've reported on school teachers. I've reported on your uncles and your aunts and your nieces and your nephews and your family that abuses your child. People, they're everywhere. And with the demon rats selling what they're selling to the people today in America, it's no wonder that they are evil. Because they're teaching evil. They're teaching corruption. They're teaching Satan. They're teaching pro-abortion. They're teaching kill babies. They're teaching molest babies. They're teaching in the 9th grade in California that pedophilia is a normal sexual orientation and should not be prosecuted. People, it eats my lunch, breakfast, and supper. I'm going to tell you, I get fed up, and I'm fed up to right here, right now. I can't wait to go to D.C. I cannot wait to go to D.C. with Michelle. I pray to God that somehow we'll be able to come up with the money for that trip. Because I tell you what, I don't back down from people. And I'm not going to let Michelle get in trouble. But I ain't guarantee you that I won't. Because I'm going to get in the faces of these people. It's time we stop taking our hands out of our pockets. We need to do something. Take our hands out of our pockets, look them in the face, put our finger in their nose, and tell them they're wrong. And I'm just a person to do that. I don't care what they do to me. I'm an old man. I've had everything done to me that could ever be done, and I've survived it all. But people, we need an in-your-face response to these people. We need to stop just sitting around with our hands under our butts and saying, well, they shouldn't have done that. Well, no, they shouldn't have done that. And you shouldn't have sat on your hands. You should have got off your damn hands, stood up on your damn feet, walked up there, put your finger in their face, put your nose in their face, and told them what you thought of them. Because that's what I'm going to do. And I do it all the time. Do you think for 1 minute when I wear my MAGA hat I'm scared? Not in the least. You let some idiot, social justice warrior, grab my hat, he's going to find a cap in his ass. It ain't going to happen, people. We got to start standing up. We got to be strong. We got to support our president. We got to support our government. We have to support our God, and we have to love our Jesus. It's that simple. If you're a God-loving American human being, this child abuse and abortion stuff just ought to eat your lunch. It angers me to no end, people, and I don't like getting angry. But it seems like maybe sometimes when I get angry, I get more views. And I don't do it for views, people. Let me tell you that. I'm not here for views. Yes, I want subscribers. Yes, I would love to have 1,000 subscribers today. But people, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm going to keep saying what I'm saying. I'm going to keep fighting the hard fight, and I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to let the Supreme Court, I'm not going to let Donald Trump get away with anything he shouldn't do. And I dang sure ain't going to let the demon rats walk free. People, I'm sorry I got so excited. But I tell you, this stuff just eats me. I have a lot of stuff about this, what I just read, that hits home with me. That was part of my family went through that same kind of stuff. I was a man married to a woman who had an affair and had an abortion before I ever knew it. I was never given a chance. And I'm going to tell you something, people. If you'll watch that video from American Joe or from Forbidden Information of that 16-year-old boy standing outside the abortion clinic, screaming and crying and praying and begging, "Don't kill my baby," to his girlfriend who had just went in for an abortion. People, it affects the men. Surely it's in different ways. It's not like a woman having an abortion. Because I'm going to tell you, they're choosing it. They're choosing to murder that child. But as a man who would have raised that child and loved that child and nurtured that child and gave that child everything it needed to grow into adulthood and be a productive member of society, I was robbed of that opportunity. I don't care if it was mine or not. At that time, back in the 80s, DNA was nowhere around. There was no way to prove it was mine or it wasn't, but I didn't care. I would have raised that baby. But the devil that I was married to chose to murder it rather than to admit she was a whore. And now she's a murderer of babies. People, it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. Because there is no way of knowing if that child was mine or the bouncer in the titty bar that she was having an affair with. I didn't even know she was going to titty bars. Shows you how naive I guess I was. But I'm going to tell you, people, Abortion, it's dangerous for women, and it's heartbreaking. There's PTSD, there's all kinds of things that come from it. But I'm going to tell you right now, people need to start looking at the men who father these babies, who give a damn. And I'm not the only one. We need to have a voice. If that child is mine, I'm going to fight you to not have an abortion. Have the baby. Give it to me. I don't want nothing to do with you anyway if you want to kill a baby. Give the baby to me. I'll raise it. I'll find a good woman somewhere down the road. I'll marry her and she'll be a stepmother to this child. We don't need you, abortionist. We don't need you. All you have to do is birth that baby, but that's too much. That's too much to ask, to birth a baby. And oh my God, never mind, you might have to raise one. Abortion is for convenience alone. I don't want to hear this for the sake of the mother's life. Yeah, maybe 1.5%. And those abortions should be done in a regular hospital, not in an abortion clinic. Like Michelle said, just in the last month, 10 women have had emergencies called because their abortions went bad and they had to be rushed to a hospital to save their lives. So let me tell you something, people. You want to stand on this pro-abortion wagon? You're standing on it with wheels that don't roll. The only people you have backing you up are these sorry demon rats from New York, Maine, and across the country who want to murder our children. People, I didn't mean to go so long and I didn't mean to get so wound up. But this stuff hits home with me. I'm passionate about it. It matters to me. And it should matter to you. I didn't tell this story for pity or sympathy. I told this story in hopes that maybe some man might hear it. And if the opportunity comes in his life to stop someone from having an abortion, I hope he does so. I wished I was given the opportunity to have a choice. She had a choice. She had a choice to murder that baby or not. I didn't have a choice at all. And there's 50% saying that I was the father. And like I said, even if it wasn't mine, I would have loved it, cared for it, nurtured it, raised it. But I was denied that. And it angers me. It pisses me off. It's been 1982 is when this happened. So it's been a long, long time, people. I'm 64 years old, and it still hurts me today. That's why I stand so strong beside Michelle on the abortion and the abuse issues. This stuff has to stop. It's time that we overturn Roe versus Wade in this country. Let's stop illegal immigration. Let's get rid of these illegal immigrants. And let's have a few more babies that are born American by American parents and not aborted or killed just for the sake of convenience. People, I've went too long. My name's Deplorable Bobby, and this is the way I see it. I thought this was going to be an 8-minute video, but I went 20 minutes over. Please forgive me for that. I'm sorry about ranting and raving. But people, it tears the heart out of my chest. And I'm adamant that I never want to see this happen to anybody else. I don't ever want to see another child aborted. And my prayer is that someday that dream will come true. People, I'm Deplorable Bobby. This is the way I see it. Pray for our children. Those in the womb, the aborted, the abused, the exploited, the trafficked, the sexually abused. Pray for them. Pray for each other. And pray for me, that I might forever do the right thing and stay strong in the fight against abortion and child abuse. People, I love you. I'll talk to you later.
everybody, Deplorable Bobby here. This is the way I see it. I want to start this video off with thanking my subscribers. I'm grateful to all of you. I'm up to 550 now, thanks to a couple who subscribed last night during Michelle and I's live stream panel. I appreciate all of my subscribers. I want to ask you, if you want to get locked in to my channel and not be removed somewhere down the road, you need to watch a video, leave a comment, and you'll be locked into my channel and you won't be dropped after a period of time, as YouTube does with subscribers who don't actually view the channels. So I want to keep that from happening. I've already lose a few here, lose a few there, but thanks to you Patriots, my channel is growing. I've got to thank the great douchebag. I'm sorry, he changed his name. I never can get it right now. The great dirtbag. I want to thank you for your kind donation to my PayPal account. And Boston Girl. Boston Girl, I can't say enough good about you. I truly appreciate your donations. You're very, very kind and you're very generous, and I really appreciate you, Boston Girl, and I thank you very much. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. My PayPal information is in the link below if you care to contribute to this channel to help me grow. I know I've said it before, but Michelle and I are trying our best to get money to go to D.C. so we can talk to some senators. We already have confirmations from John Scalise, and we also have confirmation from Trump's pastor. So if you feel like you want to contribute, it'll be appreciated. I want to talk a little bit about our favorite Muslim in Congress. Ilhan Omar is a Minnesota lawmaker, and she has accused the religious fundamentalists of trying to manipulate state laws to improve their beliefs on the people. Well, that's true. We're not actually manipulating laws. We're actually having these representatives vote for these restrictions on abortion that she's talking about. So, right off the bat, she's proving that she has absolutely no idea what she's talking about when it comes to America and we Patriots, and she has no idea what to expect from us, but she tries to push her views on everybody. Omar said the restrictive abortion laws in states like Georgia and Alabama and Mississippi and several others is only the latest in a long history of efforts to criminalize women for simply existing and to punish women when they don't conform to their attempts or control women. Now, it sounds to me like she's talking about how Muslims are treated in their own society. We're not trying to criminalize women. We're just trying to end abortion. We're trying to end the senseless killing of preborn babies. But you know, for her to say that women are being criminalized for simply existing is so far to the left that I even can't understand that sentence. We don't criminalize women for existing. We don't criminalize women for having abortions. There's no laws passed that criminalize women for having an abortion. I don't know what she's talking about. Of course, I hardly ever know what Ilhan Omar is talking about. You know, she also said, let's be honest. And I don't know how she can utter those words, because she's truly not an honest person. And she's just throwing these words out there, and they have absolutely no meaning behind them. So let's be honest, she said. For the religious right, this isn't simply about their care or their concern for life. If they, we Patriots, cared about or were concerned about children. They would be concerned about the children that are being detained and those dying in camps across our borders, or the children who are languishing in hunger and facing homelessness. There again, she's totally off the mark. We do have concerns for all children. But what we're talking about today is abortion. And so she wants to drag in illegal immigrants to the conversation. And to be honest with you, she just, in my opinion, she lost what she was talking about, and she was just running her mouth like she always does. So I want to give her a little education on what human trafficking is. You know, human trafficking is a common term describing many forms of exploitations of human beings. The term human trafficking, it often invokes images of undocumented migrants being smuggled across the southern border. But in reality, Title 18 and Chapter 77 of the Constitution focuses on the act of compelling or coercing a person's labor or services for commercial sex acts. The 13th Amendment to the Constitution of the U.S. is paramount in enforcing these statutes. Human trafficking crimes do not require smuggling or the movement of a victim. Coercion of undocumented migrants. The case can be easily made because of their fear of the authorities and their fear of being caught and sent back to Mexico or wherever they came from. Traffickers use this fear, of the police and of the ICE and of the Border Patrol to exploit these undocumented migrants into going into these sex acts and servitude, and it's nothing but slavery. Plain and simple. It's plain and simple. It's slavery. 2019. The U.S. government has successfully prosecuted human trafficking crimes in the agricultural fields, the sweatshops, the suburban mansions, brothels, escort services, bars, and strip clubs. The Bureau of Justice Assistance has funded 42 task forces to bring together local, state, and federal agencies. Their objective is to identify human trafficking crimes, assist victims, and prosecute the traffickers. Human trafficking programs have never been stronger, thanks to President Trump. In recent months, we have convicted labor traffickers who exploited victims in restaurants and bars, and a cantina in New York on Long Island, and in massage parlors across Chicago. The Anti-Trafficking Coordination Team Initiative is carried out by the DOJ, the Department of Labor, ICE, as well as the FBI, local and state authorities. These partnerships have proven to be effective in the battle to bring human traffickers to justice. But we need to keep up the fight as individuals, and please, if you see something, say something. Or if you become aware of any situation where you think human trafficking might be involved, please report this information to the police or the authorities and do your part in our campaign to end human trafficking. People, I know it's not a real long video. Trying to keep it under 10 minutes, keep it short so you'll watch. But pray for our children. Pray for the exploited and the trafficked and the abused and the aborted and those babies still in the womb. Pray for them. Pray for them as they breathe that first sweet breath of God's life. Pray for each other. Pray for President Trump. We have to keep him in our prayers. But people, I want you to pray for me, and I want you to pray for this channel. I want you to pray that I'll forever do the right thing. And my name's Deplorable Bobby, and this is the way I see it. I want to thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Help me grow. God bless all of you.
Hey everybody, Deplorable Bobby here, and this is the way I see it. I want to give you a heads up. Tonight at 9 p.m., Michelle at Forbidden Information and I are going to go live. We're going to do a panel. We're going to talk about our trip to D.C., and we're going to talk about abortion. We're going to talk about child trafficking. We're going to talk about all the things that are important to you and us. So join us tonight at 9 p.m. for a live stream. It's going to be a panel, and I think you'll enjoy it. Join Michelle and I, because it's going to be a good time. What I'm doing right now is I'm just trying to get things worked out on the laptop that I just got. I'm having trouble with it because I'm not really tech smart. So hello, Cherry. How are you? It's good to see you, sweetie. I'm glad to see you here. I just hopped in here for a minute. I just wanted to try to make this thing work. So thank you for joining me, Sherry, the great douchebag. Hey, how are you? This was intended to be just a quick 10-second video, but since y'all are popping in, I want to hang around for a minute. Really looking forward to our live stream tonight on the panel. I think Michelle and I are going to be able to get some information out there that you haven't heard and maybe some things you don't know about. But I'll tell you right now, Michelle and I are dead serious about going to D.C. in the later part of August, early September. And we're going to go up there and we're going to try to make a little noise. We're going to try to get some interviews. We're going to try to knock on some doors. We're going to try to, and if it means it, we're going to piss some people off. But either way, hello, Tony, how are you doing? Either way, Michelle and I are going to do our level best to get there. And I haven't told her this yet, but if it comes down to it, when time gets short and we don't have enough money for us both to go, then I will donate whatever money that was given to me to her so she can go. Because one of us has to make it. And if we don't get the money we need to make this trip, then I'm going to do whatever I can to help her get there. I'm counting on going. I want to be there. Don't mistake me for one moment. My intention is to go to D.C., and I intend to be with Michelle, and I pretend to go with her every step that she takes, making sure that she's safe. I'll not let any harm come to Michelle. I promise you that. But as we go on through this, these months of trying to gather money, I mean, it's difficult, and neither one of us want to beg for money. But this trip is going to be more than either one of us can afford. And people like Tony Patriot and the great douchebag and Dangerous Freedom, Liberty Smith, Boston Girl, like I say, the great dirtbag, you've all donated to my channel, and I'm very grateful. Maybe we're going to be able to make this thing work. I'm only doing this video just to make sure that I know how to do it. I'm here by myself. Spirit Talker's not with me, so I think I did okay just getting on here. But I want you to remember that tonight at Forbidden Information and I will have a panel. I want you to tune in, support us. Believe me, abortion is not a topic that a lot of people want to hear. And it's hard to grow subscribers when you talk about things that are always so sad and so evil. But we try, and we're going to keep on trying. We're not going to give up. Michelle and I have struggled to get subscribers, and little by little we're getting more. But we need support. We need support from fellow patriots. We need support from our friends. We need to get the word out that Michelle and I are doing our level best to make this work. And we're going to make it work, God willing. And like I said, if something were to happen to where we have enough money for one to go, I will give my money to Michelle to make sure that she makes this trip. But I have a burden on my heart to go, and I'm hoping that we can both do that. And only time will tell. I'm not one to beg for money. I never have. My daddy would roll over in his grave if I begged for money. But I'll tell you right now, your donations are appreciated by Michelle and I, and they're very needed. But we're going to do what we can do to get to D.C. So tune in tonight for Michelle's panel. and it's going to be fun. I promise you it's going to be a good time. As long as I don't screw it up on my end with the tech end of it, everything's going to be good. And Michelle and I are going to have a good talk tonight. So please tune in at 9 p.m. tonight to me and Michelle. We're going to have a panel. I'm Deplorable Bobby, and this is the way I see it. People, I'm going to sign off. I want to thank all of y'all that joined in right now. It's amazing how many of you just jumped on my channel as soon as I went live. And yeah, I love you too, Susie Williams. I love you too. And Jervis, how are you doing? Forbidden Information. Shonda, hello. The Great Dirtbag, man, good to see you always. Jervis, you're a heck of a guy, man. I love you. You're right on top of things. And of course, Cherry is here. And I appreciate every one of you. I mean, this is amazing. I just went on here to put out a little statement, and here I've got all of y'all in here talking to me. So if y'all want to talk to me, you have a question, throw it out there. And if you don't, I'm going to sign off here in a minute, but I'll be happy to talk to you. All you have to do is throw me a question. So remember, tonight at 9 p.m., Michelle and I from Forbidden Information are going to have a panel. And we're hoping that you all join in. We need your support. We ask for your support. All we have to do is keep our nose to the grindstone and work hard every day. And we're going to get to where we need to be. And that's going to be a lot more subscribers, a lot more people hearing our information, and a lot more people finding out that in D.C., we can make a difference. And we're going to do our level best to do that. We're going to knock on doors. We're going to try to set up appointments to meet with certain people. And like Michelle said, John Scalise is one of the first I would love to talk to. Maybe I'll get a chance to throw that Second Amendment in there on him, since he was the one that was shot on the baseball field that day. So we're looking forward to having a good time. Hello, Tony Patriot. How you doing, buddy? Glad to see you here. Like I said, this was an improv. It wasn't meant to be a live stream. I was just going to throw it out there. So everybody, support Michelle at Forbidden Information. Her PayPal information has just popped up. So be sure you subscribe to her, and be sure that you support her before you support me. I want her to go to D.C. for sure. Believe me, I want to go. Oh, I have a burden to go. I'm looking forward to it. But like I said, if it comes down to it and we just don't have the money to go, I'm going to give my money to her to make sure that she makes the trip. So people, I'm going to sign off. I didn't mean to run so long. I just wanted to do a little short video. And Jervis, Forbidden Information, Tony Patriot, Susie Williams, Terry Chris. How are you doing, people? It's good to see you. I never expected y'all to be here. But I did a video earlier this morning. And, you know, abortion is a touchy subject. A lot of people don't want to hear it. And I appreciate each and every one of you. Michelle and I love you guys that support us. It's a hard topic to talk about. It really is. It's a hard topic, and people don't want to hear it. They don't want to see it, they don't want to hear it, and they don't want to know about it. I've tried to talk to my own family, and my family tells me I don't want to hear that crap. I don't want to hear all that evil stuff. Well, you need to hear the evil stuff so you're aware of the evil stuff. You need to hear it. You need to take it into your heart and understand it. Because people, our children are being killed by the thousands every day. Thank God for Michelle at Forbidden Information. Thank God that she has a burden and a passion for our children. Michelle, I salute you, and I will always call you friend. I'll stand behind you and beside you. I'll stand in front of you in time of danger. But Michelle, we've got to get this word out. And only you and I can do it, along with a couple of others. I'm so glad that we paired up. I'm glad to know you, and I love you like a sister. But I feel the same way about all of you people, all of my subscribers, all of you here in the chat, Jervis, Susie Williams, Tony Patriot, Terry Christ, Drop It Like Scott. I'm going to tell you, people, We love y'all, and we need your support because we're struggling. Tony Patriot, bless his heart. I'm so glad to see he's growing like he is. He's going to hit 1,000 probably before tomorrow. And I think that's just fantastic. I just hope that Michelle and I can grow as well. Tony has grown like a weed in the last couple of months, and he's just knocking them down like gangbusters. And I'm so proud for you, Tony. I really am. I want you to grow. I want you to get big. I want you to do all that you want to do. But Michelle and I also request you to join us, to subscribe, hit the like buttons, make comments. Join us in the fight. Join us in the fight to save our preborn children. Our preborn children are the most important asset that we have in this world. Anybody that would murder a preborn child has to have an evil heart. It's almost impossible to fathom. Being a man, I've had the opportunity, I regret to say, in my life to have someone abort one of my children. And maybe it wasn't my children. Maybe it was somebody else's. I don't know. But the child was aborted and I wasn't even notified until way months after it was already done. I just found out about it by accident. And it broke my heart. Not just broke my heart because my wife had had an affair, but it broke my heart because she got pregnant, not knowing if it was his or mine, and she killed that child. She killed a baby that I was willing to raise, that I was willing to love, I was willing to nurture it, I was ready to take it through its life, plumb up till adulthood, but I wasn't given that opportunity. And there's a lot of people just like me. Michelle talked today about a kid, 16 years old, whose girlfriend wanted to have an abortion. And that poor kid couldn't stand the thought of her killing his baby. Well, I don't know if that baby was mine or not, but she was my wife. And that means that I would have raised that child. It would have been fine with me had I never known that she'd run around on me. But it doesn't matter that she did. All life is precious to me. And I guarantee you this one thing, since the day that I found out that the possibility of one of my children had been aborted, I became pro-choice. I became pro-life. I'm so angry about these pro-choice people, it's stuck in my head. But people, I love y'all. I'm not going to be here for very long. I'm going to get out of here. And I want you to know I love each and every one of you. Thank you for tuning in. I'm going to jump out of here. I'm going to let somebody else do something. But check out Michelle, Forbidden Information, Tony Patriot. Check them all out. They're all good. Jervis, what a fine man he is. Jake Ryan, the great beard. I'm so glad y'all popped in. I'm going to sign off now, but I want you to know that I love each and every one of you, and I want you to tune in tonight at 9 p.m. to Michelle's Forbidden Information and check out our live stream together. I think it's going to be good. My name's Deplorable Bobby. I love y'all like brothers and sisters. Let's keep the fight. Stay strong. Pray for our children. Pray for each other. And by all means, pray for me, because I desire your prayers. I need it. It's hard. You don't know how hard it is every day, day in and day out, researching all these sad stories about our poor children and about the trafficked and the abused and the exploited and the aborted. It wears on me. It does. But I have the grace of God, and that gets me through. You know, the Holy Spirit sometimes talks to you like a little whisper in your ear. You just have to have the ear to listen. Because I want to be guided by God. I want to live my life in support of our preborn children. I want to dedicate my life to them as I dedicated my channel. Just pray for me that I will find doors open that I can go through where I can make a difference. People, I'm Deplorable Bobby. I love all of you. I got to go. But I'll see you tonight with Michelle at Forbidden Information at 9 p.m. God bless, and God's love to you.
Hey everybody, Deplorable Bobby here, and this is the way I see it. I want to thank my subscribers. Without you, I wouldn't have a channel. I appreciate each and every one of you. I want you to keep commenting, hit the like button every chance you get. One thing I'd like to pass on that I found out, that if you subscribe to my channel and you do not watch at least one video and leave a comment, that over a period of time, your subscription to my channel will be deleted. I've noticed that I keep losing a couple here and there. And I contacted YouTube and they told me that it was because I had subscribers who were either bots or they weren't participating in my channel, and over a period of time they delete those channels. So watch a video and leave a comment if you're a subscriber and you want to stay locked in. And believe me, I want you to stay locked in. I want to thank you for watching my live stream last night. It was my first attempt at a live stream, and it was full of glitches. It took me 25 minutes just to get it so I could go online. And it was just one small step that I overlooked. I was trying to go live from Streamlabs instead of signing into YouTube and going through YouTube. So it was me being an idiot, but we got it figured out. And we had a 30-minute live stream, and I thought it went fairly well. Even though I misspoke and I had a lot of glitches. I want to thank the Great Dirtbag for his kind PayPal donation, as well as Dangerous Freedom and Liberty Smith. I appreciate every penny that's donated to this channel, and I thank you for donating to my channel. My PayPal information is in the link below if you'd like to donate to this channel to help me grow. It's greatly appreciated. I want to thank my mods last night. They did a great job doing their job. But Ashley, I want to apologize to you. You were the very first person that I contacted about being a mod for my live stream. I had Spirit Talker over there last night, and he was helping me get this done. And I told him who to make mods, but evidently he just overlooked you, and it was an accident. It wasn't intentional, Ashley. I promise you that if you'll still have me, I'll take you as a mod next Sunday on my live stream. I want to thank all of you people, DM, Jervis, History B, Forbidden Information, The Great Dirtbag, Dangerous Freedom. I want to thank all of y'all for showing up last night. I was looking to have 10 viewers, and I was going to be happy. But I actually got 19, so I'm very happy with the live stream and the way it went, and I hope that it will continue to grow, and over time I'll have more and more viewers on my live stream. Evidently, I may have said something people didn't like last night because I lost 3 subscribers overnight. I don't know if it's a YouTube deal or if it's somebody just didn't like my content. But either way, I'm going to stay right here and I'm going to keep doing what I do. And if I don't get a whole lot more subscribers, it's regretful. But I'm going to continue to do what I do, and I will not be silenced, and I'll continue to speak for our children. Today I want to tell you about a guy out of Salt Lake City. His name is Theodore Heaps. He's a 35-year-old, and he's facing several felony charges related to sexual abuse of children at his mother's daycare center in the early 2000s. According to court documents filed last week, Heaps admitted to sexually abusing many children as young as 6 years old. The investigation into Heaps was started after a 26-year-old man told Salt Lake City police that he was abused by Heaps as a child. When confronted by police, Heaps confessed to the abuse of many children Heaps admitted to raping a 12-year-old girl and a 6-year-old boy. Heaps was charged and convicted of child abuse in 2004, and he was convicted of kidnapping in 2007. Heaps is sitting in jail awaiting trial. But I have a question. Why was this man who was convicted in 2004 of child abuse, which should carry a 15 to life sentence, and then in 2007 he was convicted of kidnapping? This carries another 20 to life sentence. Why was this man out walking the streets? It makes absolutely no sense. For 20 years, he got away with raping these children. Tell me, people, why? If you're convicted of child abuse in 2004, are you back on the streets to rape again in 3 years? Our judicial system is broken, and it is broken beyond repair, I'm afraid. People like this man should not be out walking the streets. Once you're a sexual predator, you're always a sexual predator. You never change. A leopard can't change its spots. Let's pray that you get life. I want to give you a few disturbing facts, and it angers me to no end to have to report this. The vast majority of sexually perverted predators escape prison. Out of every 1,000 rapes, only 5 are prosecuted. 995 out of 1,000 rapers will remain free to continue to rape our children. This is a fact. Pedophile predators are said to have over 120 victims in his lifetime. They will always seek out the most innocent of children to destroy. Of these 1,000 rapes, only 230 are reported. And sentencing of pedophile predators is inconsistent across the nation, and the guidelines for judges are blurred. Here's a fact. Patriot took a 14-year-old girl off of his school bus and into his home, where he gave her alcohol and raped her. The victim's mother is upset about Patriot receiving no prison time, and so am I. It upsets me to no end. The girl's mother also said he took something from my daughter that she will never get back. And that's a fact. These pedophile predators who accost and assault and rape these young girls and boys, those victims never outlive their horror. Never. It stays with them their entire life. Patriot was given a 10-year probation sentence, if you can believe that. They say he only had one victim. So the judge went lenient. Well, how do you know this, Judge? How do you know he only had one victim? You only had one victim to come forward. And like I said, a child predator cost 120 children in his lifetime. So I venture to say this was not his first. And I promise you, Judge, you social justice warrior, he's probably going to do it again. And you gave him probation. My Lord, man, you're evil to your soul. And then we have another judge did the same thing. I can't say this guy's last name, so I'm just going to call him Predator number 2. 33-year-old Predator number 2 held a 17-year-old girl in North Carolina, and he kept her captive in a dog cage for over a year as a sexual pet. Predator number 2 pleaded guilty to first-degree cruelty towards a child. Rape and sodomy charges were dropped for the cruelty plea. This sends a message to predators that they need not fear harsh penalties even if caught red-handed. These judges, in name only, are telling predators you can get away with it. And if you don't think that's in the mind of these predators, then you don't understand sexual predators. This is a license to continue their sexual perversion and not have to worry about going to jail. I believe that sometimes the only thing stands between a sexual predator and a child is the threat of severe criminal penalties. And when these judges giving probation instead of jail time, that's exactly what he's doing. He's sending a message to these pedophiles and these perverts that they're not going to get any jail time. Just go ahead and do whatever you want to do. It's giving them a license to rape and abuse our children. Plain and simple, that's all it is. He's giving them a free ticket. These two judges are, and they're sending them a message that you're not going to get in very much trouble if you're raping and harming children. Giving a predator probation or no sentence at all after admitting to a crime is a failure of our criminal justice system, and it's inexcusable, and it's a blatant disregard for survivors of sexual abuse. It's a slap in the face to the survivors. Our justice system has to recognize the sense of justice or injustice at the end of a prosecution can impact a survivor looking for validation and re-empowerment. It certainly doesn't empower them when their predators walk away. Where's the justice for the victims then? How can they be re-empowered when a man who sexually abused them is walking the streets free? My, people, it's a sad day in America. Well, I pray that over time these social justice warrior judges are going to be gone, but I don't think so. You know, these judges are going to be there for a long time. And as long as they're letting these pedophiles and these predators walk the street, they're doing nothing but harming our children in America. It's just like abortion. These judges don't care about that innocent preborn, and they don't care about that innocent child who was raped or sodomized or abused in any way. They don't care about these exploited children. All they care about is making sure that they set these predators free. It angers me to no end, and it breaks my heart for these rape survivors and what they're going to have to live with for the rest of their life. It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. These people have to live with this terrible memory of an animal abusing them. It never goes away, people. It never goes away. They're scarred for life. Sure, they may do okay and they may get into society and function, but I guarantee you in the back of their mind, they remember what happened to them. I pray that these adult children will come forward like this man did and have his predator arrested, even if it is 20 years later. People, I want you to pray for our preborn children that they may live. I want you to pray for our children. I want you to pray for our president in this country. I want you to pray for each other. Please pray for this channel that I may grow and get the word out to those who have an eye and an ear to see and hear. Pray for me. Your prayers are desired. I'm Deplorable Bobby, and this is the way I see it. And I'll talk to you later. Have a good day. All right, let me know if I come on. It should be on right now. Might take a minute. All right, we're trying this. Can anybody see me? Hey, I see you, Cherry.
Looking at you. say, hey, DM. All right, we finally got this thing figured out. Lord, it was a headache. I still don't know how I fixed it. So, can you hear me well? Or am I too loud? Is there an echo? Give me a sound check. Great. All right. And I can see y'all in the chat. So thank God for Spirit Talker. He figured this out for me. That's why I had him here. All right, people. I want to welcome you to my live stream. Even though it did take me 25 minutes to get here, I appreciate you waiting around. I've been nervous about this all day. And now that I'm here, I'm really glad to see all of y'all. Y'all are doing me a great big favor, and I sure appreciate all of it. I've got to get my book out here. I want to thank some people, and I want to promote some people right quick on this live stream. And I want to tell you right now, if you're on this live stream and you want to promote your channel in the comments or in the chat, feel free to do so. All I ask is you don't put your PayPal information, but feel free to put your URL to your channel. And feel free to embed, clone, or copy anything that I do or say. I want to give a big shout out to Liberty Smith and to Dangerous Freedom. They're two great patriots. I've talked to them for quite a while today and yesterday, and it was really enlightening. But I have a special shout out to the Great Dirtbag, aka used to be the Great Douchebag, for your PayPal donation to my channel. The Great Dirtbag, I appreciate it, and I can't thank you enough. When I get started tonight, I'm going to do things a little bit different than what I've ever done because I've never done a live stream. So here's what we're going to do. Once I find my papers, I want to talk to you a little bit, about abortion. That's Michelle and I. That's our main concern. And today I want to talk to you a little bit about how these states have passed these laws with all these abortion restrictions, and Alabama passing a total ban on abortion. Of course, none of this has gone forward to the courts. It's all going to be turned back, and things are going to stay just the way they are for a while. But here are a few facts that the pro-choice people call a frightening crackdown on women's reproductive rights. Since the passing of Roe v. Wade, pro-life activists have been chipping away at the law without much success. But finally, we're seeing results from our labor, and President Trump appointed 2 new judges to the Supreme Court who are both pro-life, and that scares them. But I made a video just the other day about Judge Gorsuch and Judge Kavanaugh, and I'm not too happy with what they're doing. So these pro-life people probably aren't as worried today as they have been in the past. But I want to give a few shout-outs. Disabled Vets Perspective, History Bee, Forbidden Information, Patty, Ashley, DM, Liberty Smith. Man, it's good to see all of y'all. I sure appreciate it. But it's really hard to be pro-life these days, and in a democratic world. Abortion isn't pro-choice. It's murders of preborns, and it's just the simple fact that that's all it is, and it's simple murder. And it's even though Trump appointed these 2 justices to the Supreme Court, as of yet they've done nothing. They've done absolutely nothing for our pro-life stance. And every time something comes up to the Supreme Court that has anything to do with abortion, good Lord, they kick it back. They don't want to touch that stuff. But that's just the way it is. They're always going to be that way. They're never going to change. And they say there's nowhere near enough abortion clinics in the United States. Well, there's 6 states that only have 1 abortion clinic, and that's true. But 27 major cities and much rural Americans, they say, are in an abortion desert, if you can believe that. where most women live more than 100 miles from an abortion provider, and that is not acceptable, and licensing requirements make it difficult for abortion clinics to stay open. What are we supposed to do as pro-lifers? Are we supposed to make it easy for them to stay open? No, it's our stance to get every one of them closed. And hopefully, in time, we'll see some of these abortion cases go before the Supreme Court, and hopefully they won't sit on their hands and they'll do what's right for America and for the Patriots. You know, some states have effectively banned abortion, and I don't see anything wrong with that. I live in Georgia, and we have a 6-week heartbeat bill. And, you know, we have Alyssa Milano and all of these Netflix and these other people who are making movies here saying they're going to pull out and they're going to take away $9 million worth of revenue from Georgia. But I say take it. Who cares? You know, they believe that anything that we do is an outright ban on abortion, but that's not exactly the way it is. The Guttmacher Institute says that 42 abortion restrictions were enacted between January 1st and May 15th in this year alone. This includes measures requiring parental consent for teenagers to get an abortion. That's what I wanted to talk about. Teenagers getting abortion. So what are we going to do now? As of yet, it seems that these teenagers have been getting abortions with absolutely no parental consent. I don't know who took them to these abortion clinics, but evidently they've been having these abortions for quite a while. And I think that a crackdown on that is probably the best thing that they could do. The last thing we need are our teenagers starting to have abortions at these young ages. It's an absolute sin against our children. It's just like giving birth control. I had a big argument with my sister one day. We were talking about birth control for preteens. And I was talking about how it was just a license to have sex. Okay. I believe it's a license to have sex. I would never have given my daughters the pill as a preteen. I never agreed to them to ever take the pill as an 18-year-old. That was up to them once they became an adult. But these people, like my sister, and she says it's insurance. It's just to make sure that they don't get pregnant. And I said, well, you know, most 10, 11, 12-year-old girls aren't going to be having sex unless they're on the pill and they know they can do it. Because kids are maturing much earlier these days than they ever have before. And if a parent seems to think that a child of 10, 11, or 12 needs to be on birth control, then evidently she's thinking that this child is probably going to get involved in sex sometime in the next little while. And I don't believe that it's prevention. And I think it's a license to openly have sex as a child. And there we get back to the child. But you know, I want to talk a little bit about pedophilia too. You know, they say in order for it to be pedophilia that you must be 16 years old and you must also be 5 years older than your victim. So if you're 16 years old, that means that you can rape an 11-year-old girl and it's not pedophilia. People, another license to do the wrong thing. In California, 9th graders are being taught that pedophilia is a normal orientation. Well, people, I don't understand how pedophilia can be called a normal orientation. But they say that sexual orientation into pedophilia is nothing more than being a heterosexual or bi or a homosexual. I disagree with them wholeheartedly. But how are we going to change California? You know, California is doing some of the most stupid stuff I've ever seen. And I think it's time that they stand accountable for what they do. I don't believe for 1 minute that pedophilia should be taught in our high schools as a normal sexual orientation. What do y'all think about that? I want to say hello. Who else is here? I'll tell you, I sure appreciate y'all showing up. I've got so far off of my track, I don't even know what I'm talking about. But I really doesn't. It doesn't matter. I've got enough written down here. I can figure it out. You know, they talk about abortion clinics being too few and far between. Well, I contend that one abortion clinic anywhere in the United States or the world is one too many. So what is it? Getting to an abortion clinic is difficult. What's the problem with that? I don't care if it's difficult for them to get there. I don't care if they have to drive an hour. I don't care if they have to drive 10 hours to get an abortion. That's not my concern. My concern is for that preborn to not be aborted. You know, these murderers and these abortionists, they have a hard time to get somewhere to murder their preborn child. Why are we supposed to make it easy? But that's what the demon rats want. They want it made easy. They want it made simple. They want abortion clinics in rural areas. I know for a fact that in Maine, they're putting abortion clinics in rural areas and so that they have easy access to abortion. Of course, Maine is one of the worst abortion states that we have in the United States, and most of the adjoining states around Maine are doing the same thing. They want to bring these abortion clinics out into the country and into the rural neighborhoods so that you don't have to go very far. You know, in these major cities, abortion clinics are within walking distance of almost every female that wants to have an abortion. And now they want to do the same thing in rural areas and out here in the country where I live. Well, I'll tell you, I don't want an abortion clinic in my neighborhood. I just don't want it. And living in Georgia, I don't think I'm going to see it anytime soon. But you know, protecting these preborn children and making laws to end elective abortions, they say it's cruel and they say it's punishment for these women. I say the cruelty is the murdering of this preborn child. That's where the cruelty lies. You know, it's more BS from abortionists on the new restrictive abortion laws. They're up to their arms because they must require parental consent for a minor seeking to murder her child of a preborn baby. So they're all up in arms about that. They want these teenagers to be able to have abortions without telling their parents. And that's pretty much the way it's been. So are we going to stand for that? I mean, is that going to be the norm? That give me an age, people. How young of a minor are they going to take in for an abortion without their parents' consent? Is it going to be a 14-year-old, a 13, or a 12-year-old? I don't know. These are the answers I never get, that I always ask for, and I never seem to get from anybody. I don't think that the demon rats can give you an answer because I don't think they know. I really don't think they know. So let me get this right. Women who choose to murder their innocent preborns will achieve their goal no matter what if they really want to abort that child. You know, their new battle cry in abortion now is at any cost. Abortion at any cost, because having a child is dangerous to a woman's health. Well, I've heard forbidden information and a lot of other people, and I've seen the research that says no, abortions cause a lot of health problems for women. Not only infection, but damage to their insides, or a lacerated uterus, and they bleed to death. Yeah, those things happen. So I ask you, why would a woman ever go through that knowing that there's a chance that she could get an infection, she could be lacerated and bleed out, and she could have problems on down the road trying to conceive another child later down the road? But yet, if you're pro-life and you choose to have a child, they say that you are the one that's at danger. It's not the abortionists who are looking at health problems. It's the average American woman who gets pregnant and births a child and raises a family. Those birthing procedures are dangerous to your health. So I guess we're not supposed to have any more babies. You know, it's really crazy the way these abortionists like to think. They think it's abortion at all cost. And you know, they say that abortion is discriminatory. Well, I don't know who we're discriminating against. We're not discriminating against anybody. You're the one discriminating against that preborn child. You're the one saying that you have the ability and that it's your choice to kill that preborn at will for no reason other than convenience. You know, today you can get an abortion for any reason as long as you have the money. And it's all about killing babies in the womb and making money, plain and simple. There's nothing else to say about it. You know, I don't believe the abortionists who say that 73% of Americans are pro-abortion and they want to see Roe versus Wade remain in effect. You know, abortionists are fighting hard against any and all restrictions on abortion, and we must stay on the offense and give baby killers in your face responses. We don't need to let them get a foothold. We don't need to start taking back steps. We need to step forward. We need to march forward. We need to keep strong on our pro-life ideals and our pro-life way of thinking. The preborn babies are the only thing that matter. I'm sorry, but the mothers are adults. They knew what they were doing, could get them pregnant, and they got pregnant anyway. But I don't believe that gives them a right to murder a child. So, okay, people, I haven't been going that long. So, somebody talk to me. Give me a question. What do you want to talk about? Hello, the great dirtbag. Glad to see you made it. Jake Ryan, Jervis, Michelle at Forbidden Information. I've probably said these names before, but I'll say them again. You're right, Ashley. Unnecessary abortion is evil. It doesn't threaten the life of the mother or the baby. It's unnecessary. It's totally unnecessary. I believe that elective abortion should be outlawed. I don't think that we should allow abortions for convenience. I just don't believe that that's something that we should do as God-fearing, loving Americans. We should never want to see our innocent preborn murdered. And you know, talk a little bit about Judge Kavanaugh here for a minute. He came up today in my mind. I don't know what to say about Judge Kavanaugh. He back in, I think it was, I don't know, 2017, a case came before him about an immigrant girl, 17 years old, who was pregnant and wanted an abortion. Well, it went all the way to his district court, and he denied her abortion request. But the appeals court upheld it. So now we have immigrant girls coming across the border. Some of them are pregnant when they cross the border, and many of them get pregnant after they cross the border. These girls are held in government holding facilities across the South. Texas, Arizona, they've all got them. This particular one in Texas, where this 17-year-old girl was, and the appeals court says that we have to allow them to have abortions. And People are talking about, well, they have money. Let me tell you something. The people who are in these holding camps, these girls and these boys, they shouldn't be housing them together. You know, they ought to put them in separate dorms. I mean, we're getting children pregnant in these holding camps, and then we're having to foot the bill for their abortion. It just isn't right. You know, and it's like the Hyde Amendment. You know, the Hyde Amendment said that the federal government would not pay for abortions. And then you have creepy Uncle Joe pedophile Biden. He was a big name when signing the Hyde Amendment back when it went into effect, and now as a presidential runner for the Democratic nomination, he is backtracking on that. And he's acting like, well, he didn't ever support it. But see, that's what we get from these demon rats. We get nothing but hem-haws and bullcrap and lies and deception and hate. That's all we get from demon rats. We never get any kind of loving support or kindness. Never. We're never given the equal benefit of the doubt. Never. We're always demonized. We're always the one that's wrong, and we're always the one that is going to be called out by the mainstream media as right-wing, conservative, patriot Americans. We are the one being hushed. We are the ones being censored. We are the ones that are not being allowed to use our First Amendment. We're not allowed to speak out. I don't know how long it's going to be before America wakes up and realizes that everything that's going on right now in America that is not good is because of the demon rats. Anything that we try to do, preserve life, close our border, secure the border. No, let's stop immigration. But no. They want immigration to continue. They want pedophilia in your schools. You know, they're for anything that is not good and against anything that is good. And if God is in it, they're definitely not going to be a part of it. They're going to fight tooth and nail. But you know, I was talking to Dangerous Freedom today, and believe me, he's prepared for any emergency. I guarantee you that. But I was talking to him today about the Georgia Guidestones and about how they say that our civilization should be reduced to 500 million people. If you've never heard the Georgia Guidestones, you ought to look them up. Nobody knows his name. He has a synonym, R.C. Christian, I think he goes by, paid for it. It's written in 5 different languages, and it's a mini Stonehenge here in Georgia. But it talks about reducing the population and how to manipulate that population, because right now we have way too many people. So they're wanting to see a whole lot of people dead. And people, that's a fact. That's what the cabal wants. Eventually they're going to go to that. But we have so many people right now that we can't be managed. Not as a whole. You know, we have people in little countries in the United States and places, and yeah, you're governed by a government, but we're not really controlled here in the United States to the extent that some people are. But people, I'm rambling on. I don't want to just keep going on and running off at the mouth. I'm looking at the chat. Yeah, the lazy ones will be the first to go, Ashley. You're right. You're right, Cherry. Militias and veterans are going to be the ones to take the fight when the fight time comes. We're going to be the one. George Washington, you're right. 99.9999% of all politicians are corrupt. Ashley says the Georgia Guidestones are a mysterious warning to those who don't know where they came from or who owns them. I agree 100%. Hello, Dangerous Freedom. You just got here. I've been talking about you, brother. Glad to see you. Had a hard time getting here. Thank you, Effie. Hugs and stuff to you, too. George Washington says he thinks he's going to cross the Delaware again. Well, when you do, let me know, because I'd like to row the boat. Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate everything you're saying. This is my first live stream, people, and I'm nervous as heck. I really don't know what I'm doing. I used to make long videos in the beginning, and then I found out nobody watched them anyway, so I cut them real short. And so now I'm not used to going quite so long. But you're right, Ashley. So many wonderful people here, and I'm blessed. I can't see the numbers exactly how many are in chat, but a lot more than I thought would be. And I'm grateful to each and every one of y'all. Thank you, Ashley. Don't be nervous. Well, it's too late for that, sweetie, because I've been nervous since about 2 o'clock this afternoon. But if there's anything you want to talk about, feel free to jump in there right quick. And I'll try to answer your questions. And if we don't have anything going on, I may cut this video short because I have no more information to bring you. I thought it would take a lot longer than what it did, but I lost my papers and I think I missed about half of what I wanted to talk about. 17 watching, 19 thumbs up. That's great. I said if I had 10 people watching, I'd be happy. So I've made my goal. I want to thank you again, all of you, for coming here. But I'm going to let y'all back out of here and let y'all go find something else to do on your Sunday evening. I promise you next week, I will definitely have more information and I won't be quite as nervous. And okay, forbidden information. She's going to be going live at 10 p.m. or 10:30 tonight, so be sure you check her out. Be sure you check out Dangerous Freedom. He's got a good channel. You need to check him too. We want to thank DM. We want to thank Ashley, Effie, Cherry, Jake, Liberty Smith, P. Hafner. Thank you, Patty, for being here. I really appreciate it. So I'm going to let all y'all back out of here, and I'm going to end this thing. Yeah, do that. Please look up History B's live promo coming up after this. So look for History B. I'm going to get out of here, let her get started early. And next week, I promise you, we'll have a different live stream. But as long as you're here, it'll all be good. So people, I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next Sunday, if not before. Thank you. I love all.
Hey everybody, Deplorable Bobby here, and this is the way I see it. Before I get started, I want to thank my subscribers. I try to always say that you're the most important people on this channel.
Yeah.
I want to thank a couple of special people. I want to thank Freedom for All, who is now known as Dangerous Freedom. I also want to thank the Great Douchebag. Both of these men have been very kind to me with their donations to my PayPal account, and I appreciate each and every dollar that I receive. My PayPal information will be in the link below. If you'd like to contribute to this channel and help me grow, it'll be greatly appreciated. Got a special shout out tonight. I want to give a shout out to Liberty Smith. I talked to Liberty Smith on the phone yesterday for a couple hours. And I'm going to tell you people, he's a true patriot. He's going through a lot right now. And I request that y'all keep him in your prayers. That's Liberty Smith. Check him out. He's a super guy. And he supports all the Patriot channels. I want to talk a little bit today about the Trump administration being hamstrung. The Trump administration cannot block pregnant, undocumented teens held in government custody from getting abortions, according to federal appeals court. The court ruled that it was rejecting the government's position because its denial of abortion access can be squared with the Supreme Court precedent. The ACLU filed a case on behalf of a 17-year-old girl from Central America who was held in a government-funded shelter in Texas. In 2017, then Judge Brett Kavanaugh refused to let the girl have an abortion. The U.S. Court of Appeals reversed Kavanaugh's decision, allowing the girl to be a murdering abortionist, and she was allowed to kill her baby. The ACLU attorney, Bridget Amarini, argued that dozens of young women have benefited because of the injunction, and the court upheld that process that protects access. It's a tremendous relief that the government is prohibited from blocking access for critical care for unaccompanied minor. And this is what the ACLU is saying. They say it's a great relief now that the government cannot block teenage migrants held in U.S. government facilities from having an abortion. Last March, a federal judge in Washington issued a nationwide order preventing the government from stopping access to abortions. The DOJ lawyers asked the appeals court judge to reverse the order because the government should not have to facilitate the termination of life through abortion. I agree, but I have no say-so in this because nobody wants to hear it from us. They don't want to hear it from the federal government. It's just a crying shame, people. It's a crying shame. The court rejected the government, of course. Said their argument had no merit. People, it's a sad day in America when we have to facilitate the murder of preborn migrant babies. It's a crying shame. If we have all of these pregnant teenagers held in these facilities, then why don't you separate them? Why don't you put the boys over here and the girls over there? That's the way the Army used to do it. Of course, now they're segregated. So, but that's all because of the demon rats. Everybody wants to be equal. Well, we are all equal in the eyes of God, and we are all equal in the eyes of the law. But these demon rats and these social justice warriors and these Republicrats and rhinos, all they want to do is rock the boat and overturn every good and decent law that was ever passed in this country. They want to do away with our Constitution altogether, especially the First and the Second Amendments. But people, it's okay for the demon rats to do anything they want to do, say anything they want to say, but yet let a patriot or a true conservative open his mouth somewhere, and you're going to have these social justice warriors and pundits and reporters jumping all down your throat. Thank God that here on YouTube, we don't have that problem very often. Sometimes we do have trolls on our Patriot channels, but we have great mods like DM and Ashley and many others. There's so many, I can't name them all. But they're all good, and they're there to protect the live stream from trolls and from haters. I'm grateful that Ashley has volunteered to mod for me tonight. Ashley is a great lady. She's a great mod. And check her out. She needs to get back and put a lot of content on her channel, but I think that'll be coming. Just remember tonight at 8 o'clock, off of my front porch, I'm going to go live, and we're going to have a little bit of fun. I hope you show up and join in, make your comments known, and get to know everybody that's on the live stream that you may not know. I'm Deplorable Bobby. This is the way I see it. Pray for our children, the exploited, the trafficked, the abused, the sexually abused. Pray for them. Pray for our children, all children.
And pray for those preborns that they'll receive the life that they deserve. And they'll be able to take that first sweet breath of life given by God and live a long, productive life. People, that's my prayer. I pray for these poor children. I have a burden for them. Just like forbidden information. And there's many others. We love our preborns. And we love our babies. And we stand and fight and try to be a voice for those who have no voice. So pray for all those children. Pray for each other. Pray for this channel that I might grow. Most of all, pray for me that I'd forever do the right thing. I'll talk to you later.
Bella?
Hey everybody, Deplorable Bobby here. This is the way I see it. Before I get started, I want to thank my subscribers. You're the most important people on this channel. I'm very grateful for each and every one of you. Be sure to subscribe if you're just a viewer. Leave comments and hit the like button every chance you get. Got a couple of shout outs I want to do right quick. And that's one to the Great Douchebag and one to Dangerous Freedom. I want to thank them both for their kind PayPal donations to my channel. It is greatly appreciated, and I thank you both very much. My PayPal information is in the link below if you'd like to donate to this channel to help me grow. It'd be greatly appreciated. I want to talk a little bit today about Planned Parenthood and the Planned Parenthood Action Fund. The Planned Parenthood Action Fund will host a forum on reproductive rights for the Democrat primary candidates in the first event focused solely on women's health. The forum will take place in Columbia, South Carolina on June 22nd, the weekend of South Carolina's Democrat Party convention. As of this report, 16 candidates have already agreed to participate, with others expected to join in. Candidates will be questioned for 15 minutes each on their record, their current positions, and on abortion rights and access to health care and contraception. Among the participants are Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, Kamala Harris, Kristen Gillibrand, and Cory Booker and Joe Biden. Organizers said the forum aims to energize Planned Parenthood supporters as the candidates are questioned directly. It's clear to me that access to reproductive health care, abortions, and legal abortions is the top issue for Democrats. If 13 million Planned Parenthood supporters turn out to the voting polls and activate their networks, they say that demon rats can tip the 2020 election in their favor. I don't believe that there's anything the demon rats can do that will unseat President Trump from the presidency in the Oval Office. It just won't happen, people. Kamala Harris said if she's elected, she will prosecute Donald Trump to the fullest extent of the law for obstruction. She says that the DOJ will have no choice. It will have to pursue criminal charges against Trump. There has to be accountability
and Trump will be prosecuted under my watch. Joe Biden told supporters this week, and people, he's reaching way down for this one. Joe Biden told supporters this week that he promises to cure cancer. But this is just one more empty promise by Biden, and he's trying to give false hope to these Americans suffering from cancer. He's pandering to these people. He knows full well that there is no cure for cancer. There may well be a cure for cancer, I don't know. But if there is, we the American people certainly are not being told about it. So I don't think just getting in the White House for Biden is going to do very much to cure cancer, people. You know, he also says that there are over, he didn't say this, actually I did. There are over 100 types of cancer, and he intends to cure them all with one single cure. It's a cure-all for all of cancer. And creepy Uncle Joe pedophile Biden is the one who's going to get the credit for it. Psh. I don't believe a word. I believe that Biden's promise is a dumb thing to promise, because no one cure will work on all forms of cancer. Each form of cancer is a different type of disease unto itself and is treated in different ways. You know, there's plenty to go after Biden about, and this is just one more stupid remark out of Biden's mouth. Biden also says that he will defeat Trump by 13% in the 2020 presidential election. Well, personally, I don't think Joe Biden could win anything. He's been a loser all of his life. He's never done much, and what he has done, he's reneged on since he decided to run for the president. Just like the Hyde Amendment. He had a big hand in the Hyde Amendment, but what is he doing now? He's turned his back on that, and he's acting like he never supported it. People, these demon rats, they flip-flop like fish out of water. One day they're saying this, and the next day they stand on that. You can never tell what kind of lie and deception is going to be coming out of the mouths of these demon rats running for the 2020 presidential election. Some people say that these debates are going to be a lot of fun because the demon rats are going to tear each other up. Well, I've been thinking about that, and I'm not too sure that they're going to attack each other that hard. I think they're all going to get up there, and all they're going to do is bash Trump. If I were a demon rat, that's what I would do. Rather than get up there and get all of my dirty laundry aired out to America, I would get up there and I would talk about nothing but impeaching Trump and sending him to jail. And I guarantee you, people, there's going to be a whole lot of that kind of talk. Well, they've tamed up these 20 demon rat hopefuls for the 2020 election, and they put Joe Biden on the second night, along with Kamala Harris and a couple others, Bernie Sanders. But on the first night of the debates, it's going to be Elizabeth Warren, Cory Booker, and the others. So they got the second in line for the nomination. Biden, of course, is in the lead, and Elizabeth Warren is behind him. So she's going to head off these debates, and I'm really anxious to see what comes out of Pocahontas's mouth. It may be a lot of fun, I hope so. But then again, it might be nothing but just an hour of Trump bashing. So I'm going to watch those debates because I want to get all the ammunition I can about these demon rats. I intend to put out every bad thing about them that I possibly can. And I promise you this, I will report nothing good about the demon rats anytime, ever. Before I go, though, this abortion thing is really getting blown out of shape. People are talking about civil war. they're talking about all kinds of terrible things because of these new restrictive abortion laws in a lot of states. But I just want to explain one thing to somebody who might not understand. The reason that these states are all jumping on the bandwagon on these restrictive abortion laws is in hopes that at least one of them, be it Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Utah, Missouri, Ohio, it doesn't matter which state it is, but we're hoping that one, at least one, of those states will be able to fight this in the lower courts and eventually wind up in the Supreme Court. I hope at least one of these cases wind up before the Supreme Court justices so they can make a ruling. But people, I have one fear. And if it gets before the Supreme Court, I venture to say it's going to be kicked back to the lower courts, because these social justice warriors that we have in the Supreme Court are not doing their job the way they're supposed to. Before they went on summer break for vacation, they practically did nothing to help pro-choice ideals to be put in their place. These pro-choice people, are standing on Roe versus Wade, and they've been standing on it for a long, long time. And getting rid of Roe versus Wade is the only way we can cut their legs out from under them. And people, that's what we need to do as pro-lifers. We need to cut the legs out from under those pro-choice people. And I don't mean do it with a saw or an axe. I mean cut off their political legs. Give them not a leg to stand on. Overturn R.V. Wade. That's a simple thing to do. But like I said, as of late, I don't know what the Supreme Court's going to do, because Kavanaugh and Gorsuch have done very little about anything since they've become Supreme Court justices. The only thing that Kavanaugh's done is he did vote on the issue of aborted remains and how they're to be disposed of. He did vote on that issue, that this preborn that's been aborted should be treated with dignity and respect and shouldn't be thrown out with the garbage. He did do that. But people, the only problem with that is so did Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Ruth Bader Ginsburg voted in the affirmative, and so did Judge Kavanaugh. So that tells me that Judge Kavanaugh is equal to Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and in my opinion, that's not in very high standing. We had hopes for you, Kavanaugh. We prayed for you. We cried with you. We stood by you when you were being raked over the coals by the demon rats. We loved you and your family, and we celebrated when it was over for you, because I know it was a terrible thing. But now that you're there, what are you going to do? I, for one, would like some answers. Brett, what do you intend to do? You know, when a bill came before you not too long ago, where it talked about kids in Pennsylvania, I believe it was the Boyertown School District. They've passed a law there that gender-neutral bathrooms will be used at the school, and boys can go to girls' bathrooms and girls can go to boys' bathrooms if they qualify as the opposite gender rather than the gender they were born with. I still don't know how you get on the list of being a girl if you're a boy or a boy if you're a girl. I don't know how this gender thing works. I don't know if you have to put in an application or submit a form or whatever, or make an affidavit stating that you are not the gender of your birth, that you are of the opposite gender and you demand to use the other sex's bathrooms. Well, Judge, what you did on that was you kicked it back to the lower courts and did not rule for these kids who have been protesting and begging to have this law overturned in their school district because they don't want to go to the bathroom with boys. But Judge, you did nothing. You sat on your hands and did absolutely nothing, and you kicked it back to the lower courts because you didn't want to hear the case. Judge, I'd venture to say your children will never have to go through that kind of scenario because your kids will never go to a public school. You're going to send them to the best private schools available. And I guarantee you, they'll have bathrooms for girls and bathrooms for boys in the schools you send your daughters to. So why did you sit on your hands? Why did you sit on your hands and do nothing for these children in the Boyertown School District in Pennsylvania? You would have done it for your children. Why don't you do it for ours? People, I'm Deplorable Bobby, and this is the way I see it. I'm not saying these words to make anybody mad or angry. But people, I'm bringing you nothing but the facts and my opinion on those facts. And that's the best I can do. I try to do honest reporting with an opinion. Pray for our children. Pray for the lost. Pray for the aborted and the exploited and the trafficked and abused and sexually abused. Our preborns. Pray for them. Pray for each other. Pray for this channel. And pray for me that I may always do the right thing. I'll talk to y'all later. Hey everybody, I'm Deplorable Bobby, and this is how I see it. I want to thank my subs. I want to thank you for subscribing. I want to ask you to hit the like button and leave me comments. My PayPal information is in the link below. If you'd like to support this channel and help me grow, all donations are greatly appreciated. I want to give a shout out to the great douchebag. He left me a PayPal information yesterday, and this is my first opportunity to thank him, so thank you, the great douchebag, for your kind donation. People, I want to talk about some really wild stuff I came across, and it seemed like every article I went across this morning was saying some stuff that I haven't heard, and I just had to get this out there to you, but I want to remind you right now, these are not my words. I want to be giving you the words of some prominent religious leaders and some politicians across America. The never-ending abortion debate continues. These are some prominent right-wing American Christians, and they have shared an ominous warning that the conflict over abortion may lead to a civil war. Civil war, people, over abortion. With the new restrictive abortion bills passing around the U.S., America is divided on a woman's right to choose, and I agree with that. We are very divided on a woman's right to choose. But it gets a little deeper here, and I'm not too sure how I want to report on this. The Christian magazine Charisma. Well, first of all, I have a problem with Charisma. Charisma's not going to get you into heaven. But anyway, Charisma is a magazine, and it ran 6 articles on the potential of imminent abortion-related civil war in America. It ran 6 articles in the last year just on civil war in America over abortion. Pastor Michael Brown blames what he calls the coming Civil War on militant abortionists. He said a civil war is coming to America, only this time it will be abortion rather than slavery that divides the nation. People, they're talking war. They're talking killing people over abortion. Candace Keller, a Republican lawmaker from Ohio, made a comparison to the antebellum era, where the North and the South were at odds. Whether this, speaking about pro-life, pro-choice, Civil War, ever leads to a tragedy like a Civil War, only time will tell. Matt Shea, a Republican legislator from Washington, echoed the same sentiments as he seeks to criminalize abortion. When asked if he thought pro-life and pro-abortionists could ever unite for the sake of the country, he said this. Get my papers straight. I don't think we can, because you have half of the people following the Lord in righteousness and half that don't. How can that stand? People, I don't know what to think about all that, to be honest with you. I know we're going to have a heck of a fight ahead of us in the Supreme Court and all the courts on this abortion issue and Roe versus Wade. But I just named off three people. One, a prominent minister, one a lawmaker, and the other one, a representative from Washington State. So we've got religious leaders and government officials and lawmakers telling us that we need to look out for a civil war. Well, people, I pray it don't come to that. Don't get me wrong. I know that the left, they play dirty and they get down in the gutter and they fight tooth and nail for abortion rights. I know it's going to be a long, hard fight. But I hope you're standing with me on this Civil War deal. I'm not going to say it won't happen. I don't know. But if it does, it's going to be the extreme left and the extreme right that started. I believe that most God-fearing American patriots want to see this worked out in the courts peaceably. But it may not end that way. It just may not. Because you've got people like this Republican representative from Texas, Ron Wright. He said women who have abortions should absolutely be punished and deserve to go to prison for having their pregnancy terminated. Representative Wright was elected in 2018, and he was asked recently if he's concerned that women could be sent to prison for having abortions, and his answer was this: as far as I am concerned, yes, because they have committed murder. I agree with him 100%. They have committed murder. But once again, we need to end this practice. Rather than going after the women and putting them in jail, that's fear-mongering right now, people, because we don't need it. We've got too big of a battle ahead of us in the courts to overturn Roe versus Wade. We don't need to get out there and start trying to lock people up willy-nilly left and right, because they're going to continue these abortions until we finally get to the Supreme Court and get an answer on R.V. Wade. R.V. Wade is going to be everything on these states getting these new restrictive abortion laws passed. He said this after Texas proposed a law that will criminalize abortions and put women in line for the death penalty for having an abortion. This bill is actually pending in the House of Representatives in Texas. Do you want a civil war?
do something like that. People, I ain't too sure these people aren't trying to cause a war. And I'm talking about the Republicans as well as the demon rats. I hear all kind of hate speech all the time from the left. It's it's unending. They're allowed to say anything or do anything and get away with anything. But we can't, as patriots and Republicans and conservatives, we can't do that without being called out. But these Republicans right here, I just named off. Representative Ron White, Pastor Michael Brown, Republican lawmaker Candace Keller from Ohio, and Matt Shea, a representative legislator from Washington State. So see, I just named off all these conservatives, and all they're doing is preaching war. Even the Christian magazines are putting it out there. But maybe they're trying to plant a seed, I don't know. And yes, I'd admit, if it comes to a full civil war, I will do whatever's necessary to protect my family and to protect this country. You know, it's a crying shame that it comes to something like this. You know, if we didn't murder our preborn babies, this topic would never come up. We are truly a godless nation when it comes to abortion. We have so many people that all they want to do is to push the abortion issue on everybody, no matter your beliefs. We're supposed to let abortion just be fine in our society. Well, people, I'm going to tell you, if you're a God-loving American, you don't believe in abortion. But they call us racist. They call us bigots. They call us everything. But yet all we want to do is to end the senseless killing of our preborn children. I don't know about this Civil War stuff, but I do know this much. If there is a civil war over abortion, that would truly be a civil war. The war between the states was not a civil war. I think that historians are wrong when they call it the Civil War, because there was nothing civil about it. It was a war between states, and that's what I choose to call it. But a war on abortion, or because of abortion, would truly be a civil war, because it's not taking men from one state or one area of the country and pick and choose which side you want to be on. This is going to be a civil war in the streets, in the neighborhoods, in our cities, and even in the country. Because the war on abortion is going to be like no other war. I mean, it's not going to be state from state. It's going to be neighbors fighting each other. And that's what's going to be bad. And it truly will be civil. I mean, I tell you, it blows my mind, and I'm at a loss for words, about the whole outcome of this thing. I think if we had a civil war in this country that was truly a civil war, like it would be over abortion, it may be the downfall of this country. I don't know. I don't want to see people laying dead in the street. People, we got to get this thing right. And I don't know if we can or not. I'm not going to change my view, and I know you're not going to change yours. But the problem is they're not going to change theirs either.
And there's going to come a boiling point, and I just don't know when that might be. I pray to the good Lord that I don't live long enough to see it. But I also thank the good Lord for giving me sense enough to be prepared for it right now. People, I'm Deplorable Bobby. I want to wish President Trump happy birthday today before I get out of here. I want you to pray for our children. I want you to pray for each other. Pray for this channel and pray for me. I'm Deplorable Bobby, and I'll talk to you later. Hey everybody, Deplorable Bobby here, and this is the way I see it. I want to thank my subscribers. Without my subscribers, I wouldn't have this channel. I say that all the time. I want to ask you to comment and hit the like button every chance you get. My PayPal information is in the link below if you'd like to contribute to this channel to help me grow. Any donation is greatly appreciated. I've already done one video today, and I didn't mean to do another one, but I came across this article, and I just had to share it with you. It's going to be a short video, so hang in there to the end. It won't last long. But I want to talk to you about a street artist in California named Plastic Jesus. He's from Britain, and I'm going to tell you, people, he has learned the art of fearmongering, and he has made it an art unto himself. Plastic Jesus has placed wire coat hangers labeled at-home abortion kits in pharmacies across America to protest recent pro-life legislation in a lot of states. The at-home abortion kits are on the same aisle with male condoms, and they sell for $19.99. The label on this kit reads, "Perform an abortion in the comfort of your own home. Approved in Alabama, Georgia, Arkansas, Mississippi, Missouri, Ohio, and Utah, with more states pending." The label also features 2 QR codes, one directing people to Planned Parenthood's donation page, and the second one to his website, where he puts out a lot of stuff. This is some of the stuff he has to say. The project is intended to highlight the significant health risk of birthing a child. Yeah, my goodness, birthing a child is dangerous. And their grotesque infringement on the rights of women everywhere. Women should be free to make their own choices about their health. He says these rights are protected by the Constitution of the United States under Roe v. Wade. Well, you're right. Abortion is protected under Roe v. Wade, but don't hold your breath. There's going to be a battle over that. And Plastic Jesus, I got something else to ask you. You're selling these things for $19.99. So tell me now that you're not into it for any profit. Seems to me that you're using fear-mongering to put money in your pocket. I figure a coat hanger, kit might cost you $1.50 to have it made, and you're making $20 a pop off of it. So I think you're making pretty good money, man. But Plastic Jesus, you also point the blame at wealthy old white men. You seem to wonder why they think they know what's best for women. Well, I don't think it's a lot of wealthy old white men making all these decisions. I think y'all have got the House of Representatives. So a lot of your people are sitting on their hands. All they're doing is spouting off about abortion. They're not going to do anything about it. Here's more fear-mongering from Plastic Jesus. Hangers are widely used to perform risky and dangerous at-home abortions. And then this is my part. Hangers are widely used to perform risky and dangerous abortions at home before murder of preborns became legal. Yeah, they used coat hangers way back there in the day. And a lot of women died. There's no doubt about that. But then again, what kind of woman does it take to let someone use a coat hanger on her to perform surgery? It tells me that that individual doesn't have a whole lot up here and absolutely nothing in here. Women who would allow someone to use a coat hanger to abort and murder a child is simply evil. I imagine that as being one of the cruelest procedures that you could ever do outside of a hospital. Not only cruel for the poor infant, the poor preborn, but it's cruel on the mother. Injuries were prevalent back then, and a lot of women died from these coat hanger abortions. I agree. They did. A lot of them die. But if they had never allowed that coat hanger to be used on their preborn as a way to murder them, then they would never have received the injury and they would never have died from a coat hanger abortion. So I'm not putting the blame on us. It's not our fault. If we ever do overturn Roe versus Wade and these women go back to backroom and at-home abortions, that's their fault. Because they're murderers to their soul, and all they want to do is murder preborns. So I pray to the good Lord above, maybe one day we'll overturn Roe versus Wade. That's my prayer, people. My name's Deplorable Bobby. This is the way I see it. Pray for our preborn children. Pray for the lost and the exploited and the trafficked and the abused. Pray for all of our children. Pray for the preborns that they'll get that first breath. Pray for each other. Pray for this channel that I might grow. But most of all, pray for me that I do the right thing. I'm Deplorable Bobby, and I'll see you later. Hey everybody, Deplorable Bobby here, and this is the way I see it. I want to thank my subscribers. You're the most important people on this channel. I'd like to ask you to just comment and hit the like button. My PayPal information is in the link below if you'd care to donate to this channel to help me grow. It'd be greatly appreciated. Sunday night at 8 o'clock, right behind Alex and Belinda at Disabled Vets Perspective, I'll be doing my first live stream. And hopefully, I'll be doing a live stream or two every week as I make less of these videos. Hopefully, we'll be doing a panel next week with Michelle from Forbidden Information. And I imagine we're going to talk about our hopeful trip to D.C. in September. But I want to talk a little bit today about California. Stupidity and crazy legislation is something we expect out of California these days, and they never fail to supply us with plenty of idiotic ideas and laws. Well, get this one. California will be the first state to offer free health care to illegal aliens. Of course, this is a slap in the face to all legal immigrants as they work and live in America and seek the American dream. California lawmakers are concerned with doling out perks and brownie points and benefits to people who have no legal right to even be in the United States. In a couple of days, on June 15th, a new law will be set in stone to set aside $100 million a year for illegal immigrants' health care. This $100 million is coming from an additional tax levied on the California citizens. Governor Gavin Newsom is pushing to revive the Obamacare individual mandate in California to fund health care for these illegals. There are over 130,000 homeless people in California, yet the Democrats make laws to cover illegal migrants' health care costs. And that's over 90,000 illegals who will benefit from this new law, while 130,000 homeless people do without. Thanks to California lawmakers, all illegals will have health care, and they'll have the health care between birth and age 25. But the demon rats are pushing for insurance for all illegal migrants in California, no matter the age, and that would raise the cost to $3.4 billion a year for health care for illegals. What's going on in California is nothing more than a prototype for America, as other liberal states follow California's leads on immigrant health care. If you believe that Americans come first and you don't want to pay for illegals' health care, then be prepared to fight. We have to keep President Trump in office in 2020. The illegal immigrants cheerleading squad, also known as the Demon Rat Party, are pushing to defeat Trump in 2020, as we all know. But President Trump is our only hope to save America that we love so dearly. It's sad, but rhinos and Republicans in Congress don't seem to care very much about America, or they wouldn't have sat on their hands when we controlled the Senate for 2 years. The 2020 election is bigger than 2016. The future of our country is at stake. Get ready to fight. Pardon me. Like we've never fought before. My name's Deplorable Bobby. This is the way I see it. Hey everybody, Deplorable Bobby here. This is the way I see it. I want to thank my subscribers. I want to thank each and every one of you. If I could send each of you a message, I would. I appreciate you subscribing. Please comment and hit the like button every chance you get. If you see a like button in the comments, hit it. Like buttons mean a lot to us YouTube creators. I want to thank the great douchebag. I received a PayPal donation from him this morning. The great douchebag, I want you to know I'm very appreciative, and I thank you very much for your kind donation. You're a great man, douchebag. I know that you support a lot of channels, and I'm grateful that you support mine. My PayPal information will be in the link below. If you'd like to subscribe to this channel and help me grow, it's greatly appreciated. Today I want to talk a little bit about something that's going on right now. Today in Congress, the Demon Rat chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee is holding a hearing on pathways to universal health care coverage. I want you to remember that. Pathways to universal health care coverage. Don't be deceived, people. It means Medicare for all, plain and simple. And it comes with a bitter pill to swallow for patriots. They're talking socialized medicine in America. We patriots just won't swallow that bitter pill. But right on cue, the far left liberal demon rat free-for-all of the 2020 demon rat candidates is chanting Medicare for all is the answer to America's most pressing health care challenges. And of course you have idiots like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and she says, and I'm going to quote this, it's like free, y'all. It's like free. That's what she has to say about universal health care. She's an idiot. Young Americans are being more open to socialized catchphrases and concepts, while people like AOC know full well that the vast majority of voters will reject their plans for socialized medicine because we know too much about their lies. We'll never allow it to happen. Medicare for all is a $32 trillion utopian tax-funded fantasy, people. That's exactly what it is. It's a fantasy. It would eliminate the current insurance of over 100 million Americans and consolidate all government programs into a single federal health care Death Star.
That's exactly what it is, people. So, okay, we're going to talk about Medicare for All. Well, Medicare for All eliminates employer-provided and private insurance plans. These plans are covering over 250 million Americans just like you. It eliminates Medicare plans and zeroes out the Medicare Trust Fund. It eliminates Medicaid for the poor and the disabled. It gets rid of the military's TRICARE and the VA's health care system and consolidates them all into one giant-sized, fits-all federal program that will be administered by unelected bureaucrats in D.C. Bureaucrats in D.C. will determine treatment. They'll determine your specialist. They'll determine the drugs you get. They'll determine the doctors you see. Your doctor has no say-so into your treatment until approved or disapproved by the D.C. bureaucrats. This program will cost American taxpayers $32 trillion and over 2 million lost jobs in the private sector. I, for one, am happy to know that President Trump will never allow Medicare for all under his watchful eye. While the U.S. healthcare system has many problems, and cost is number one, I give you that. But Americans aren't willing to pay more and receive less. Do Americans want to wait for 3 months for an MRI like in Canada? Or if you have prostate cancer, do you want to wait 6 months for surgery like in Sweden? People, that's socialized medicine for you. And it's the same thing in Great Britain. I'm sure all of y'all remember a few months back there was a young baby over there who needed treatment that was only available in the United States. These parents wanted to bring that infant over here for treatment. But Britain said no. Britain told these parents that their infant child was going to die because they're not going to allow them to bring him across the big pond to America for treatment that could have saved his life. So yeah, Britain, Sweden, Canada, how many deaths do you have on your hands that were caused because of your bureaucratic bullshit? And that's exactly what it is, people. It's bureaucratic crap. All they want to do is get a foothold in your life and twist the screws as hard as they can. These people have absolutely no desire to do anything good or right. It's all about the money for them, and it's all about keeping the people down. I, for one, am not going to wear a brown or a gray jumpsuit that everybody else is wearing, and I'm not going to eat the same food every meal, and I'm not going to eat and drink what they tell me to. I'm not going to be dictated to on what time I get up and what time I go to bed. This is not China, and will never be China. It'll never be Canada. It'll never be Great Britain or Sweden or any of the other of these socialist countries. But I'm going to tell you something, people. These Republicans that we've got in there now, we got some rhinos, people, and we need to watch them. We need to watch them close because there's several of them have offered some regulatory proposals that can serve as a foundation to build full-blown socialized medicine somewhere down the road. These Republicans are putting the same thing out that Democrats are. They're just being a little more subtle about it. But they're writing the same foundations for socialized medicine as the Democrats. We've got to watch these rhinos and these Republicrats. By the way, Spirit Talker gave me that term, Republicrats. I sort of like it. Socialized medicine is never the cure. It's a debilitating human and economic disease. People, I know that we'll never see Medicare for all as long as Trump is president. And I know he's got a few more years, so we're blessed for that. But what we need to do is we need to mobilize not just behind Trump, but we need to be searching out these true Patriot Republicans, and we need to Find somebody who is going to do us justice, as Trump has, in the years following 2024. So in 2024, we need to be prepared to not let these socialists get a foothold in our government. They already have the House of Representatives. We can never allow them to have the Senate or the White House. People, I'm Deplorable Bobby. I didn't talk anything about my children today. Our children. Should be everybody's children. The least, the last, and the lost, the trafficked, the abused, the sexually abused, and the exploited. Let's remember those children, people. Keep them in your prayers. Pray for each other. Pray for this channel that I might grow. But most of all, I ask you to pray for me that I would do the right thing. My name's Deplorable Bobby, and I want to thank you for watching. And I'll talk to you later. Oh, before I go, live stream Sunday night, following Disabled Vet's Perspective. It'll be my first live stream. I think you'll enjoy it. Meet me there, following Disabled Vet's Perspective on Sunday night. I'll talk to y'all later. Hey everybody, Deplorable Bobby here, and this is the way I see it. I want to thank my subscribers. You're the most important people on this channel. I appreciate your subscribing. I'd like to ask you to hit the like button and leave comments. If you're passing through and just a viewer, I'd like to ask you to subscribe. My PayPal information is in the link below if you'd like to donate to this channel. Any amount is greatly appreciated, and everything I get will go to promote this channel. I want to talk to you a little bit about the governor out of Maine and the new law that she signed into law. Governor Janet Mills of Maine has signed a bill that will expand access to abortions in the state by allowing healthcare professionals who are not doctors to perform abortions. Keep that in your mind, people. She signed a bill that is going to allow non-doctors to perform abortions. You're asking for trouble, people. As if there wasn't enough already in these abortion clinics. Governor Mills said in a statement, "This measure will ensure that Maine's women, especially those in rural areas, are able to access critical reproductive health care services." Well, what she's talking about is she wants to ensure that they have easy access to abortion clinics. It has nothing to do with reproductive health care services whatsoever. And they should have these facilities where and when they need them from qualified providers they know and trust. The water's fixing to get murky, people. This law will go into effect in September and will allow nurse practitioners and physician's assistants, and get this part, as well as other qualified medical professionals to administer abortion, including oral medicine or in-clinic procedures. There are only 3 cities in Maine that have health centers for women. They're talking about abortion clinics, people. They don't like to call them that. They like to call them reproductive health centers, where women can have their preborn child aborted by aspiration, which is suction. They just suck that baby right out, and they don't think twice about it. The new law will make it easier for rural clinics to offer abortions to women who wish to have their preborn baby murdered. And that's what abortion is, people. It's simply murder. You know, if these abortions were restricted to the health of the mother, then all abortions should be done in a regular hospital facility with all the amenities that a hospital provides, including doctors who would do this as a medical procedure for the life of the mother and not as an abortion for convenience. That's why we have health clinics, people, these reproductive health care clinics for women, and it's Planned Parenthood, plain and simple. But we have those clinics because regular, good, God-fearing doctors are not going to do abortions willy-nilly and let that be their only practice. If a woman's health is in danger, she should be admitted to a regular, sanctioned hospital and have this procedure done by a licensed professional doctor along with his team of professional assistants. This procedure should not be done in a clinic where there's no doctor present anywhere on the grounds. They're going to be non-existent. And you're going to have these PAs, physician's assistants, and you're going to have these nurse practitioners performing these abortions in these clinics. It also says other healthcare professionals. So I want to ask you, what are other healthcare professionals who will be allowed to perform these in-clinic abortions? Are we talking about RNs, registered nurses? Are we talking about LPNs, licensed practical nurses? Or are we even talking about EMTs and paramedics? I mean, they say qualified medical personnel. Well, I want to know, what is a qualified medical personnel if it's not a doctor? I don't believe for 1 minute that nurse practitioners and physician's assistants should be doing abortion procedures willy-nilly on their own without any doctor giving any order or being anywhere in case there is a medical emergency for the woman. What are they going to do during these medical emergencies? What's going to happen if this woman hemorrhages and she's losing blood at a high rate and she needs a blood transfusion or she's going to die? These facilities do not have blood on hand in these abortion clinics. And if they do, it's just for show. People, nurse practitioners and PAs are not equipped with the knowledge and the experience to perform these procedures. That is simply murder of our preborn babies. I wouldn't go to a physician's assistant or a nurse practitioner if I needed medical care that could only be performed by a doctor. So Maine, and their demon rat governor, signs a new bill into law that you don't have to be a doctor. Well, I want to know who these qualified healthcare professionals are. I mean, as a licensed cardiac technician, am I able to go in there and perform abortions? Well, I wouldn't if I could. But she doesn't elaborate on these healthcare professionals and what they are, or what their training is, or what their abilities are. You know, California, Colorado, Maine, and most of all of Maine's neighboring states are into this whole idea of using quote, quote, medical professionals instead of doctors. This law was sponsored by the Speaker of the House of Representatives in Maine, and here's one of her comments. Sarah Gideon, she's the Speaker of the House, and she said this: this law will allow women to receive the health care they need from a provider they trust and eliminates the financial and logistical hurdles women face today. People, I don't care if these women have to drive 10 hours or 10 days to get to an abortion clinic. It matters not to me that they are inconvenienced. I mean, Maine's a little bitty state anyway. You can drive across it in a couple of hours. So what does it matter? If they have to travel for an hour will bless their little hearts. It takes them a whole hour to get somewhere to murder their baby. This is not something that ought to be put into law, but it's for convenience. The state of Maine's governor doesn't want these poor women to be put out by having to drive for 60 minutes to go have their baby murdered. They want them to be able to go right down the street, jump up on the table, have that baby sucked out of them, and be back home in 15 minutes. People, it's all for convenience. It has nothing to do for the health of the mother. It has nothing to do for the poor aborted preborn. It's just more double talk. And people, all they want to do is make it easier for women to access sinners so they can have their babies murdered in the womb. Carol Conley of the Christian Civic League of Maine expressed concerns whether nurses and other healthcare professionals could or would receive proper training to administer these abortions. And that's just what I was talking about. She has the same concerns that I do. Are these medical professionals even going to be qualified? These women are total idiots, not only for wanting to abort their child, but going to a facility to have this child aborted when there's no doctor anywhere on the premises of that clinic. So, you ladies wanting to get an abortion in these rural clinics, go right ahead. You face danger if you do. I want somebody to please tell me what will happen in these rural abortion centers if there's a medical emergency during the abortion procedure. And like I said, there's no doctor on the premises. And there's some services that only a doctor can perform. If these PAs and these nurse practitioners had all of the education and experience that they needed, then we wouldn't need a doctor. But people, that's why we have doctors. Nurse practitioners and physician's assistants, they go to school for a long time, but they need to go for another 4 years before they have the experience, the knowledge, and the ability to carry out surgical procedures. It's not like having an ingrown toenail or a cold. We're talking about murdering preborn babies in the womb. I pray for these women because I think there's going to be a lot of things going on in these rural clinics where there's no doctor, and I don't want anyone to die. But I would love for these facilities not to open. If you're going to have an abortion, I pray that you have it done by a licensed physician and not some nurse practitioner. What are you going to do next? You're going to let EMTs and LPNs perform abortions? You're totally stupid in Maine. In no way is this going to help women. What it's going to do is it's going to give these women the ability to murder their preborn child with more ease than they do now, because their facilities will be just down the street. So go have your baby aborted. You'll be back home in an hour. God knows you shouldn't have to drive for an hour, have an abortion, and then be driven back home for an hour. Lord, that would take up half a day. So let's murder these babies as quick as we can. Let's just bring them into a little clinic out there in the country and hop up on the table and let them do their job, and you'll be good to go. And you'll also be a murderer. You know, the ACLU, of course, supports this bill, saying research shows that non-physician practitioners can and will provide safe abortion care. Again, prove this to me. Just give me some data on these people and their education and their experience. But no, you just call them healthcare professionals. Well, I got news for you. An orderly who wipes people's butts and empties bedpans is a healthcare professional. So why don't you tell us who these professionals are? and let us know what their education is and if they're even qualified to be in an abortion procedure, let alone perform it. You know, last month they said that more than 11 million women have to drive for an hour to get to an abortion clinic, like I said. People, they're jumping all over themselves and jumping through hoops to do anything and everything to accommodate these women so that they can get to the abortion clinics and have these abortions with greater ease. Just make it easy for these women to kill their babies. The easier we make it, the more we're going to murder, is what they think. And murder is all that's on their mind. Every child that is aborted, that is not for the life of the mother, and like I said, if it is aborted because of the health of the mother, it should be done in a regular hospital with a regular doctor, in a regular operating room with operating room personnel who are experienced to carry out such a procedure of murder. A study conducted by the, get this, University of California found that women that are denied an abortion, denied an abortion. I don't know of any women that are denied abortions. I mean, you go on these websites and they're begging you to come in, telling you how good they are and how good they're going to be to you and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know of any woman that has been denied an abortion. Not from an abortion clinic anyway, especially not Planned Parenthood clinics. You know, if abortion was something that is a true medical procedure that women have to have done or need to have done sometime during their life, it would be done like birthing your baby. I mean, you go to a hospital, and most hospitals have these birthing wards and clinics within the hospital, and they have all of the facilities for neonatal care and to take care of your baby while you heal and get ready to go home. But these clinics are going to have nothing there. People, you're going to walk in, you're going to, pardon me, people, I'm not going to say it. I almost said it. You go in there and you jump on the table. 20 minutes later, you're done, and you're back home in 2 hours. Convenience, people, it's what it's all about. They want to conveniently kill our preborn babies, and they want to conveniently kill them for the simple fact is it's a convenience to get rid of that poor child. They don't have to birth that baby. They don't have to go through the labor pains. They don't have to raise and clothe and feed and nurture and love that child. So, I say again, 99% of all abortions are for convenience of the mother. The arguments that these abortions harm women is simply not true. And abortion versus birthing a child is the only good choice for women's health. So now they're saying having a child is the cause of most all health problems in a woman's life. But aborting babies is good health care for women, and women should never birth a baby for any reason. And abortion is the only hope for women to have good health. My goodness. So now they're saying that we should never have another live birth baby, that all babies should be aborted because having a baby causes health issues later in life. Well, people, that's a new one on me. I don't understand these liberal demon rats and their thinking on abortion and the simple thought of murdering our baby is nothing to them. Abortion, plain and simple, is a sacrifice to Satan. Each and every drop of blood lost from a young preborn that's aborted
is a drop of blood on the tongue of Satan. People, abortion tears me up. It's something that should never have been started. And if it hadn't have been for people wanting to eliminate the black race, we would never have had Planned Parenthood. I've said it a lot. Planned Parenthood started this abortion issue. Sure, there were abortions over time, but abortion was brought to the forefront by Margaret Sanger, who founded Planned Parenthood, and her main goal was to eliminate the black race through abortion. And who are the ones, the majority, who run to these abortion clinics to have their babies aborted and murdered? It's black women. Sure, we have white women and Hispanics and other ethnic people, but the black women in America have far more abortions than the other races combined. And they were the ones being targeted by Planned Parenthood for extinction. And why they can't see it, I don't know. It's just like LBJ back in the 60s when he signed the Welfare Act. He knew that signing that Welfare Act was going to hold the black people down and keep them from achieving the life that we're given the opportunity to live here in America. But free money does a lot of things to good people. It's a whole lot easier to stay at home, not work, not be productive, not be a contributor to the community, and just continue to have children and receive that welfare paycheck. See, that's what's so weird. You've got a majority of black women having abortions, but then again, you also have a majority of black women on welfare having more kids. So Margaret Sanger, your whole idea of Planned Parenthood is counterproductive. I'd venture to say that as many black children are born as are aborted. So Planned Parenthood has done nothing but murder innocent babies for a cause that they would never realize. People, it's racist at its core. I'm not a racist. I can't be a racist because I'm pro-life. Being pro-life means that you love every child, preborn or living. You can't be a racist and be pro-life because I want every child to have the opportunity to take that first breath of life and to live and grow and be nurtured and loved. People, that was God's plan for our children from the very beginning. That we as parents nurture these poor children, because without the love and the nurturing and the care that a child receives, they won't survive. It's just like a woman I have living across the street over there. She had a baby about 8 months ago. You see her every day walking out up and down the street. Got that baby slung over her hip backwards and got it held in her arm, and the poor kid's head's hanging down to his feet. She cares nothing about that baby. I do give her credit for birthing that child. But that poor child is receiving nothing that a new baby deserves. You can tell by the way she carries that baby and the way she screams and hollers at it. He's only 8 months old, and she screams and hollers at that baby like he's a grown man. She's all the time getting in fights with her boyfriend while she's got the baby slung over her hip, trying to slap him.
She's always having the cops called over there because she's mean, she's evil, she's cruel. And the only thing that I can't call her is a murderer because she did have that child. But if you can't raise your child, give that child to a family who will love and nurture and care for that child. People say it's so expensive to get a adoption. Well, I want to tell you, it's not so hard to get an adoption. If you're serious about saving a child from a life of hell or being aborted, do like my sister did. She got acquainted with a girl who was pregnant who didn't want the child. My sister, plain and simple, told her that she would take that child and love it and nurture it. And so all my sister had to do was pay for her medical expenses, such as going to the doctor and prenatal care. Didn't have to pay for the birthing, just had to slide her a little money here and there to get her through the week and so she could pay her prenatal care. And 2 days after that baby was born, my sister went up to the hospital, or it might have been 3 days. She went to the hospital. The mother handed her the baby, and my sister simply walked out of that hospital. Adoption papers were filed. Plain and simple. The abortion went through. It's not difficult to adopt a child. I saw somewhere on social media the other day it's $32,000 for an adoption. Well, I don't believe that. If you go through, an adoption orphanage or something like that, and you go through the state and have them litigate it and lawyers and all that, yeah, it can be very expensive. But there's a lot of women willing to birth that child and then simply give it away because they don't believe in murder. God bless them for that. And then they had the good sense to give that baby to someone who would love and nurture it and care for it the way it should be, because they had no intention of wanting to carry that baby around as it grows. It's too much trouble parenting a child. Believe me, according to my sister, it's a lot easier to birth a baby than it is to raise one. People, I've went a long time. My name's Deplorable Bobby, and this is the way I see it. Pray for our children. Pray for our preborn. Pray for the exploited and the trafficked and abused and sexually abused. People, our children are the least, the last, and the lost, and without us, they have no voice. Pray for each other. Pray for my channel that I might grow. And people, pray for me that I would always do the right thing. Pray for our country. Pray for our president. Pray for each other. My name's Deplorable Bobby. This is the way I see it. I'll talk to you later. Hey everybody, Deplorable Bobby here, and this is the way I see it. Before I get started, I want to thank my subscribers. I love each and every one of you, and I'm very grateful for your subscribing. I'd like for you to leave comments and hit the like buttons every chance you get. I want to give a shout out to 12B Georgia. I got up this morning and I had a generous PayPal donation from 12B Georgia, and 12B Georgia, I am greatly appreciative. My PayPal information is in the link below. If you'd like to send any donation, no matter how small, to help me grow, I promise you it would be greatly appreciated, and it will only go to the betterment of this channel. Somebody else I want to shout out, but I don't know who they are. Over the weekend, I received business cards. I was planning on getting some business cards sometime in the future, but a kind subscriber sent me those, and all the package said that it was from Vista Print and my name and address. So I don't know who you are, but I want you to know that I'm very grateful and I appreciate it. And you got all the information right. That's fantastic. But people, I want to talk to you about a hotel in Michigan. The abortion debate is bringing all the nutcase liberals out of the woodwork to show support for abortion. A Michigan hotel is offering free hotel rooms and transportation to an abortion clinic for any woman wanting to abort their babies. The Yale Hotel has launched this offer to help and assist women following restrictive new abortion laws in several conservative states. The hotel manager, Shelley O'Brien, outlined her offer on a Facebook post, and she wrote this: "Dear sisters that live in Alabama, Georgia, Ohio, Arkansas, and Missouri, or any other state that follow with similar restrictive access, we cannot do anything about the way you're being treated." One person commented, "Thank you for being brave enough to support a woman's right to choose." Well, first of all, it doesn't take bravery to support killing an innocent preborn. That takes no bravery at all. What's brave is to stand up against abortion, to be pro-life. That's the difficulty. We're having to stand against all of these social justice warriors and liberal snowflakes who all they want to do is abort babies, and they say it's brave to kill a preborn child. There's nothing brave about it. It's the most cowardly thing that anyone could ever do, is murder an innocent, preborn, defenseless child while still in the womb. O'Brien also responded to pro-life activists who criticized her after her offer on Facebook. O'Brien said in a statement to CNN, "Women should have autonomy over their own bodies. We do not have control over our own bodies, then this is not a free world." Patriots, that sounds just like Alyssa Milano a couple of months ago. This woman's taken her playbook right from Milano. I hope a lot of women don't take up her offer. I hope they can't get to Michigan. But jumping over to another lady. This is Kate Gilmore. She's Deputy High Commissioner of Human Rights at the UN. And she's a demon from the pits of hell, spreading lies and fear-mongering. Speaking on abortion rights, she said this: "We have not called it out in the same way we have other forms of extremist hate." Wait a minute. Extremist hate? It's not extremist hate. It's extremist love. Love for that poor innocent preborn that's growing in this woman's belly that they want to rip apart and throw away with the trash. That's the hate, people. These pro-abortionists, all they care about is murdering babies. And if that's not hate, then I don't know what it is. You know, it's these new restrictive laws in these conservative states, they haven't went into effect, and they're expected to all be blocked by the courts. It's setting a stage for us to have a showdown in the Supreme Court over Roe versus Wade and all pro-life rights. We should have rights. We should have rights to support and protect the preborn. That baby has rights. That baby has rights to be treated with kindness, love, and dedication. But no, these women, because convenience or for the simple fact they don't want to birth a baby, and they just don't want to have to be hampered in their life by having to take care of a child. It's simple convenience, and that is absolutely no reason to murder a preborn child. There is no excuse for murdering a preborn child. A lot of states say that abortion would be restricted for the health of the mother. I don't have anything to say on that topic. I'm conflicted, but I don't want anyone to die. But let's pray that if these women who have abortions because of their health, that these babies are aborted at the soonest possible moment. Gilmore said, "We have not called it out in the same way we have extremist hate." I just can't believe that they say we're haters because we love all children, including those still in the womb. She said it's clear, it's torture. Okay, so now restricting abortion is torture. Having a baby is torture. Come on, people. Where are these liberal demon rats getting their information from? This is a gender-based violence against women. No question about it, she said. She says it's a deprivation of her right for a woman to have health care. Gilmore's comments are in response to at least 9 states passing restrictive abortion laws, while similar laws are being considered in other states. As of today, no state laws restricting abortion have gone into effect, and they're all expected to be blocked by the courts, setting a stage for a Supreme Court showdown. Kate Gilmore needs to get her facts straight and to get her heart right with God before she's condemned to the devil's hell. This is an assault on truth, science, universal values, and norms. But most of all, it's a sin against humanity and a sin against God. You know, this is nothing but an assault, people. It's an assault on things that are good and things that are right. These demons, all they want to do is tear down anything good. They want destruction and chaos running rampant in this country. They don't want anything right, and they don't want anything good. But today I want to send a special message to President Trump. And President Trump, I say this with the utmost respect and love for your office. I'm grateful, as are all patriots, are grateful to the efforts that you've put forth since you've become president to help conservative values and ideals. But you did one thing that has angered a lot of patriots. After the Las Vegas shooting, you didn't take any time at all to sign a restriction on bump stops. Even Obama didn't sign anything on bump stops. He sent it to Congress and they did nothing. But you jumped out there and you immediately banned bump stops. That is a direct attack on our Second Amendment. President Trump, we're trusting you to do the right thing. But I've talked to a lot of patriots in the last several weeks, and this seems to be one of the main topics that everybody's talking about. Your attack on the Second Amendment. President Trump, I say this with utmost respect, but you are wrong. And if you attack our Second Amendment again, for any reason, you attack our Second Amendment, and you give these demon rats a foothold somewhere, you will not be reelected by American patriots. The American patriots will not vote for you in 2020 or any other time if you attack the Second Amendment to the Constitution. We're not happy at all with that choice you made, but you made it, and you made it really quick. So maybe next time, Mr. Trump, Maybe you'll take a little time, sit down at your desk, pray to God for guidance, and not just do things off the cuff. This attack on our Second Amendment was a shock to us patriots, and we are not happy about it. Personally, I don't even have a bump stock. I don't have a need for one. But there are those who like this accessory, and they use it, in target practice and things like that. I don't know of anybody that's going out and shooting a bunch of people except for that one idiot. And everybody knows that was a false flag. All of these, or most of these attacks by people with rifles, it's all false flags, people. But anyway, President Trump, I regret to inform you that we patriots will not stand for you to attack our Second Amendment again. Everybody pray. Pray for our president that he does the right thing for American patriots as well as all Americans. Pray for our children, the aborted, the lost, the exploited and trafficked and abused and sexually abused. Pray for those children. Pray for each other. Pray for this channel that I may grow. And people, please pray for me that I would always do the right thing. I never mean to put anybody down. I'm just trying to give you the simple facts, and you decide for yourself. My name's Deplorable Bobby, and this is the way I see it. Y'all have a great day. She was a flower for the taking. Her beauty cut just like the night.